Helps if I pick the right screen. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Chattybee. It's a weekly show where I'll take one beautiful, humble guest and make them unmask, undress, and unwind. I'm not going to make you undress. I just say that. That's just a thing I say. But today, I'm joined by Link Unavailable, or Link. Hi, Link.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
So, for anyone who
So,
doesn't know Link, would you like to introduce yourself?
oh gosh, you didn't prepare me for this.
I
Yeah,
didn't.
hi. He didn't. You caught me off guard with that. I don't really know what to say about myself now. Variety
Promote
show from
yourself!
Yorkshire. Yeah. I don't know. No, yeah. Just a humble little nothing. Just a little vibing about Gremlin, basically.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, cool. So, you do stream,
mhm.
you play games,
I
like
do. I
you Dead by Daylight is one
yes.
I've seen you
It's a
frequent.
staple. It's a staple, easy go to. I'm never gonna get bored of that for me to stream.
No, I do. I
Um,
love that game.
it's yeah. I mean, it gets a lot of hate, and some of
Mhm.
the hate is valid.
Yeah,
It's got a pretty toxic community when it comes down to it, but I go into it. I pretend I do not see, and therefore my brain is happy.
yeah,
Just ignore, blocking out the haters.
yeah. Well, exactly, exactly. I mean, but the thing with that game for me is there's so many ways you can be toxic and terrible in that game, and
Hmm.
but I mean, the most fun I've ever had, honestly, with that game is playing with a full lobby of friends.
Yes, that is
Um,
so much fun.
yeah, it is. So beyond that, beyond that lovely introduction, and thank you very much. I know I'll put you on the spot, but you did it. You did it. You were successful. Um, I have to pay the bills now. So everyone, as always, today is a sponsored episode, and today would not have been possible without the support of this very lucrative sponsor. Today, this sponsor is all of you guys. We just hit 200 on Twitch. That's
Whoop, whoop.
huge for me. Yeah. I mean, I wish I'd put some like shitty PNG party poppers and some like terrible like party blowers and everything. But yeah, 200 on Twitch, 200 people occasionally come in and listen to this. no no offense for dragging you into this, Link, but I was
No,
saying
it's
before the show, 200 on Twitch. But there's 212 across Spotify, Amazon Podcasts, I think Google Podcasts, maybe Acast District in there as well. I don't know. But we need to find, guys, as a community, we need to seek out those 12 people who aren't following on Twitch and make sure they follow on Twitch. Do
just
whatever
create
needs
a
to be
Twitch
done.
account. It's free. Just
Yeah.
create one. It's fine.
Yeah. Like during the show, create 12 Twitch accounts just to make me feel better, please. I didn't tell you that's kind of what you have to do. If you want to be a guest on the show, you have to create Twitch accounts and follow me.
Oh
Shit, was
gosh,
I live when
right.
I said that? Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh dear. Anyway, that pays the bills, but thank you so much everyone for the support and the love. It's been crazy. It's been great having people on it, on the show, having a chat, getting to know people. And today with Link, now we've kind of been, I think, a bit kind of like passing ships. Like we have a bit of a chat every now and again on a couple of different
Yes.
platforms, but we've never sat in a Discord or we've never sat in a voice call and had a chat or played games. We don't regularly hang out really.
No,
So
and this is something we realized about an hour before this started. Like, oh yeah, we've never actually spoken voice to voice before.
no, normally it's I'm sort of trolling the Twitch chat or we're having a chat in on Discord or on Twitter. So
Mm.
it's really nice to have you on and thank you very much for joining.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's yeah, it's an experience already.
It is, and it always will be. Don't you worry about that. But anyway, guys, as always, we'll get into that first segment. The first segment is questions. As you all know, I'm going to ask our guests some questions. We're going to get to know Link a little bit better, what he's all about, and and then we're going to get into the guest topic of conversation chosen by Link. So, I suppose my first question for you, Link, is, and I kind of ask a lot of the streaming guests we have on, what made you start Twitch streaming? What gave you the idea?
Honestly, I'd been a background Twitch watcher for a few years. I remember it was me and one of my ex-boyfriends. We used to play World of Warcraft together, and
Yeah.
he loved watching people play World of Warcraft on Twitch as well, and he kind of
Hmm.
got me into it. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. You know, people literally sit and just do what I would be doing anyway, but with a community around them.
Yeah.
Um, and it was like just after the Christmas lockdown that we had that I
Yeah.
was like, do you know what? I could totally do this as well. Like
Hmm.
this is I'm not saying I never thought it was going to be easy, but I was like, but I could do it even if like no one turns up, even if it's just me playing video games to one person watching
Yeah.
me. That's still it's something I would have been doing anyway, so why not do it live and try and get somewhere with it maybe.
Well, that's it.
Um and it was like as I got more into it, I was like, God, Twitch is so much more than just sitting and playing video games. Like it's a big community thing.
It is.
And I was very fortunate that I stumbled upon a community of people that was so happy to hype me up and try and get me somewhere.
Yeah.
Um and then I realized that you can be doing art on here, you can just be, hanging out, just chatting, doing podcasts, things like that, and it opened it up so much more. And I've had such a love-hate relationship with Twitch, to be honest with you, like if I'm truly honest.
Hmm.
Um at the start of this year, I thought I was done. I was adamant that I was never going to come back and I'd had enough of it because it had just become a bit stressful.
Yeah.
Um but once I realised that that would just I just needed to sort my own mental health and stuff out,
Yeah.
around coming out and everything like that,
Yeah.
um, I was like, you know what, maybe I jumped the gun a little bit. Maybe I didn't have to say I was never ever ever gonna come back.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, you'll know yourself. It has its ups and downs. It
It
can
does.
take a mental toll on you, and I think people who don't do it don't understand it and don't see it that way.
Hmm.
People see it as, well, you just sit in front of a screen and play video games, but yeah, you do in a sense you do, but you've got to have the social battery for it. You can't play video games in the same way that you would alone
Yeah.
because you've got to keep on it and everything like that. And then there's not so much for me because I don't do a lot of stuff outside of Twitch. Like I don't do a YouTube channel, I don't have a TikTok or anything like that.
Yeah.
Um, but I know a lot of people that put so much work and effort into that as well, like
Hmm.
hours upon hours into that.
Yeah.
And I think people take for granted like how hard content creating can be.
Yeah. It's that element of you sort of have to try and consciously entertain.
Mm.
I think for many, I mean, for me personally, when I was, I did some game streams before, um, and I found myself, and I've mentioned this before on the show. I found myself looking. I was looking for games that I thought people would like to watch, and at
Mm.
that point, I'm like, am I actually even enjoying these games? Not really. I'm not excited to be hitting start streaming. I'm not, I'm not putting any more work into what I'm doing. I'm just arbitrarily finding games and then jumping on them,
Yeah.
and it's easy to fall into that. And
Oh yeah.
a common thing as well. It's easy to fall into worrying about numbers, and I think that causes a lot of small creators and people who want to give Twitch a try.
Yeah.
It it gives them pause and it makes them panic and it maybe puts them off as well.
Yeah. I
Mm,
mean, I've hopefully kind of come to terms with the Twitch is what it is. Like
yeah.
I know I have my days where I fall back into that trap of,
Mhm.
well, the numbers were a little bit lower, the people weren't as chatty and that kind of thing. Like that does happen.
Mhm.
But I feel like I'm a lot better at keeping a hold on it. Whereas I was doing the exact same thing as you. I was looking at games and looking what kind of numbers they did,
Yeah.
rather than thinking to myself, am I enjoying playing this game? Do I want to play this game?
Yeah.
am I even interested in this game? It was just like, oh no, what is going to get me numbers? And I would go into panic moments the moment that chat kind of died down,
Yeah.
um, and it would be very visible, and I'd become very obviously not happy,
Yeah.
which would then obviously drive people away. No one wants to sit and watch you be miserable at the end of the day. Um,
Yeah. I mean, exactly.
except, I mean, you have your few friends around you that understand where you're coming from,
Mm.
but from someone who, for someone who doesn't do Twitch, I think it can be a little bit off-putting to see
Yeah.
people unhappy on stream. Um, I'm
Oh,
so much
definitely.
better with it now. Like if I get moments where I haven't had anyone chatting for 10 minutes, I don't care anymore. I'll just sit and talk to myself, and that's it is what it is. Like it can still be a little bit disheartening, but then I just remind myself, well, people have got lives. Like especially the times that I stream, because I generally stream towards the end of people's work days.
Yeah.
In because it's I do about 3 p.m. BTS. Oh my god, yeah,
3
British
p.m.
summertime.
BTS.
Yeah, BTS.
You a
Yeah, I'm
K-pop
always on
fan?
that BTS life. Yeah, I am
Love
actually.
it.
And probably an unexpected one for some people to think.
Just do fa-
A lot of people think I'm into metal more than anything, which I am. But no, I like my K-pop.
just become a fan cam streamer. Just play fan cams over and over and over and over and over again.
Just that over and over
Exactly.
and over again.
Exactly. Why not?
Easy money.
It is. It is. And I mean, talking about the money, that's like that's really the only reason I'm doing this. Like, pay me. Like, I mean, I'm gonna be real. Like, I don't like any of you guys. I just like money. No, I'm just that's an absolute joke. If this show costs me money, my balance is minus. It's minus whatever it costs to run a podcast. Anonymous amount, let's just call it. But
Yeah.
no, genuinely, I think it does sort of position you strangely where
Yeah.
you are going to have diehard friends who will be there and supporting you at pretty much every stream they possibly can attend. But in the same token, I always found with the games I was playing initially, the ones I enjoyed, I was like, well, no one's watching.
Mm.
Is that because? And I thought at the time it's because the games I like aren't entertaining. But obviously, every game's going to have its own audience, and then it's
Yeah.
working into those spaces. And you know, if you're enjoying something, even if it's a game that maybe isn't great for streaming, if you're enjoying it, that comes across far better. Like you
Yeah.
might pick up, you know, at least I thought you might pick up extra viewers here and there if you're, playing um, a popular game, Counter Strike or whatever.
Yeah.
They'll jump in, probably once, chat once or twice, if that, and then just leave. And
Mm.
there's no viewer retention in any way, shape, or form. So from a purely numbers perspective, I think it's so easy to fall into worrying about that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Um, Whereas truly, just doing the things you like, yeah, it might take a little bit of time, but I guess if you're wanting to grow, then do it in your own way. You're better off being genuine. There's so many people who have made it big in streaming and YouTube and TikTok, but then they've been found out to be
Mm.
personas, characters,
Yeah.
so sometimes not very nice people, and
Mm.
you know, it's it's sort of a constant work in progress. And I think as far as social battery goes, you're absolutely right. It's hard to sit and talk on your own for 2, 3, 4 hours.
Yeah.
Um, but I mean, we do love the lurkers, people who just pop in and
Oh, I love lurkers are the backbone of my streams. I cannot thank people enough, and I'm one of these people that I do actually check my viewers list sometimes.
yeah,
Um, and I know if anyone's in here who's one of my regular lurkers, just know I know that you're there, and I fully appreciate it. Like I
yeah,
feel like people lurking is such a controversial topic
yeah,
on Twitch. There are some people who don't like lurkers and
yeah.
don't see the point.
Mm,
Um, but for me personally, I'm like I appreciate those same 5, 6, 7 people that might never say hello to me, but sit and listen. Like, even if you're not listening to me, even if you've like muted the tab and you just purely want to support me, that means so much.
Yeah, of course it does. And you know, you tend to find with those sort of regular people attending the space, it may be as you say, it may be that they've just muted the tab, they're not watching, or they might be cracking on with whatever. They might be at work. I know I get people who are at work and sort of
Mm,
listening, who eventually catch up through the Spotify and through the various podcast platforms. But um, it's those people, the fact that they're still taking time to open a tab, jump on your stream.
yeah,
They might not say anything, but it is that support. It's that additional layer of care, I think.
yeah,
And I mean, not to go too deep into what might be a controversial subject, but with lurking, I don't understand why people think it's in any way negative.
no, I
Um,
don't understand that point of view either. And I also don't understand people who insist on calling out lurkers.
yeah,
As someone who has been called out as a lurker before, it's so uncomfortable and off-putting.
yeah,
Um,
of course it is.
I hate it so much, so much. And I want to like kind of say I don't mean in a sense of like sometimes I'll lurk people's streams and I'll see them shout me out and I don't count that as a call out. They've
No,
just seen me on the stream deck and gone for it, and
yeah,
I don't mind that. I appreciate that because
yeah,
obviously it's nice to get shouted out. It's
of
nice
course it
that you
is.
saw my name and went, yeah, do you know what? I do want to big you up. But I've had people who I no longer follow who used to like openly say like, "Oh, I see you lurking in chat. Are you gonna say hi or what?" And I'm like, "No, now I'm gonna leave,"
Yeah,
because I was quite comfortable just kind of like listening to you as I got some stuff done.
yeah,
Um, and now you've made it an obligation for me to socialize with you. Like, what? Why?
yeah. It's a bit sort of a reverse on the parasocial relationships some viewers have with streamers. So,
Yeah.
whereas it's the other way around, obviously, as far as calling out the lurkers, or we're good friends, so therefore you must socialize with me. Therefore,
Mm,
whereas on the flip side, obviously, you've got viewers who, because you'll chat with them, sometimes they think there's a friendship slash relationship there that just simply isn't,
isn't. Yeah.
and that's a weird space. I mean, I've only been there once, and I don't wish to go there again because it was it was such an awkward conversation telling someone like, look, I appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
I appreciate you joining in, chatting, and that's great. But we're not friends.
It's
Like,
yeah. I've had it. I think I've had it twice,
mhm.
and like you say, I felt bad. I felt bad establishing a boundary. And how
Yeah,
horrible is that? That you feel like the villain.
that's it, and I think that's why
Just,
it's got a negative connotation, hasn't it?
yeah. It was funny. I was actually explaining kind of the parasocial relationships that end up like happening on Twitch to my family because
Hmm.
they don't touch Twitch. They don't know anything about it. They barely
Yeah,
understand Facebook. Some of them. So it's like,
yeah,
what do you mean? I'm like, these people aren't my friends. And like, what do you mean? So you're in a room hanging out with people that aren't your friends, and I'm like, no, I'm. It's like watching TV. That's what it's like, except you can
yeah,
talk to the actors.
yeah, exactly. And I always find it weirdly like the people who text and call into those like babe station and stuff like that.
Mm,
And they all of a sudden it's beyond like, oh, it's just an adult chat line. It's now this guy actually thinks that there's going to be a relationship there with this
yeah.
person because he's just paid them. And that's another point. People who drop, as much as I appreciate any form of support you get, but people
Hmm.
who think because they've subscribed or put bits in that you owe them something.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's called a donation, friends.
Yeah.
Non-refundable.
I've banned people in my channel who have come back on the the unban request
Yeah.
and been like not understand like saying things like I don't get why you have the audacity to ban me when I've just subscribed to you, like that's my money. And I'm like, cool, that is your money, but then you pushed my boundaries and took things too far, and so I have every
Mhm.
right to protect myself that way, regardless of what money you have put into this channel. Like, I
Yeah.
have never made it so you had to. Like, I don't have ads on my channel. There is literally just the, the pre-roll ad
Mhm. Mhm.
that you can't get rid of. Twitch makes you have it. If I could
Yeah.
get rid of it, I absolutely would. So there is. I don't make it so that people have to subscribe to enjoy my content.
Yeah.
Um. So when people like, it's only ever happened once that someone said that, but when they did, I was so tempted to unblock them and be like, listen here,
Yeah.
like. But I just for my own protection, I was just like, whatever. It's like my own mental well-being. I'm not getting into this weird argument. If you can't like associate money giving with friendship, I feel bad for you.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, as far as mine personally, I think I currently run, I think it's 3 minutes an hour, which is like the minimum for a reasonable split from Twitch.
Yeah. I
And
don't judge people who run ads. That's your own. That's up to you. For me personally, I don't see the point in it.
no,
I never ever made enough money off of it for me to justify in my head.
yeah,
But if other people if people do run adverts, I don't turn around and go, well, I'm not going to watch your stream anymore because you've got stupid adverts. Like, I just go, oh, okay, cool. This person's running adverts. I'll sit and watch them.
yeah,
I'll quickly tab out and do something else while the advert's running. You know?
yeah, exactly, exactly. And for mine, I mean, and I know there's a few others who do the same, and I've been asked before, or why have you got 3 minutes worth of ads? When really you can have it as high as running like fucking 20 minutes worth of ads every hour. But
Ooh.
I the sole reason I do it, and I've told again something I mentioned before, the sole reason I do it is because it costs money to do this show
Yeah.
because there's things associated with it like RSS feeds and hosting fees to upload the audio and then the distribution fees to get it out on all the different platforms. So if I can even bring back, and I don't get me wrong, I love doing it and I would do
Mm.
it for nothing if I was in a position where that money may not be missed.
Yeah.
But if I can get just a little bit of that back, it just adds for adds to sort of the financial sort of comfort of we're in a cost of living crisis and things are expensive,
Mm.
so you know, but it's a personal preference thing. It's
Yeah.
and
No.
it's not to say people if you don't want to watch them, then just subscribe. But if you genuinely don't want to watch ads, there are um and I probably shouldn't say this on Twitch. There are inline Twitch video ad blockers out there. You can block them.
Unless
Um,
Twitch is listening, in which case this conversation never happened.
mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
Well, in fact, I hope there's an ad running while I'm saying this. Um, no, there are methods, and I wouldn't point to any or promote any for obvious reasons, but
Mm.
there are methods to get around it, and if you want to do that, there's no shaming from me in any way, shape, or form. I completely understand it. I'd run um, ad blockers on a lot of sort of creators, or mainly massive creators, really. If
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch a bloody 100 million subscriber video on YouTube, then fucking I'm gonna ad block it. Okay.
I don't need to watch it. You don't need my pennies. You've
No,
got enough.
exactly. You're probably getting a crazy CPM for your views. Like, don't shame me for just wanting to see the video. Like, but in the same token, I understand why there's an argument for or against.
No,
Anyway,
yeah, it's yeah.
mm, anyway, that one aside, with the Twitch streaming,
Hmm.
I think I kind of I wanna ask you about the gaming side of things because, as I said, I know you played Dead by Daylight. I know you mentioned before that you played World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
How long have you been a gamer? How long have you been
Um,
playing video games? Has it been your whole life, or is it something that you recently started doing? Or
I dabbled in video games as a kid. I'm a younger sibling,
yeah,
so everything of mine was hand me down.
yeah, yeah, same.
And my brother wasn't necessarily a massive gamer. Um, like I remember playing Halo with friends. But I was mainly like I played Animal Crossing. I played Fire Emblem, like kind of. I don't want to say easy games because they've got their own
Yeah,
skills, especially games like Fire Emblem. Like
yeah,
you've got to get that strategy down, but
yeah.
things that I guess people wouldn't consider
Yeah,
heavy,
like
intense
more
gaming.
casual
Yeah,
gaming.
more casual stuff. And like I say, I was very hit and miss. I was on and off, but I always
Yeah,
kind of I loved video games. I was just never good at them.
yeah,
And I was also the kind of kid that if I couldn't do something well straight away, then I just
yeah.
wouldn't do
Oh,
it.
if I am me, yeah, yeah,
Which I think is a very neurodivergent, relatable thing of
yeah,
like, well, I didn't get it right first time, so I'm never touching it again. Like it
yeah.
took me years to learn how to ride a bike because I couldn't do it straight away, so I was like, not interested, not
No,
interested in trying.
don't care. Yeah, I,
Um,
that's me and art. I have a love-hate relationship with that. I absolutely love art. Don't get me wrong, but in the same token, I was forcing myself like a month or so ago for a solid
mm,
6 months, I would say, of like trying to commit at least an hour of practice, and that would just be like opening a canvas in an art program and
yeah.
just drawing a bunch of shit that didn't even have to make sense. I was just trying to put shapes together, but then I was like, it was so hard to keep myself going because I was like, I suck at this. This isn't fun for me because I'm not good at it.
Because I'm not good at it. Yeah, that was me. Like, I was bought a drum kit as a kid.
Yeah,
Probably used it a handful of times before it got sold on. I did, however, pick up bass guitar, and I still play that. Probably
yeah,
not as regular as I should, but
hmm
no, with gaming, it wasn't until I started dating one of my ex-boyfriends I'm still quite close friends with.
yeah,
Um, he was a gamer. He had like a massive gaming rig PC in his room, and he
hmm
was like, "Oh, you play video games?" I was like, "Oh, I don't really want to play video games in front of you because I'm
yeah,
embarrassed at how bad I am." And he was like, "No, I don't care about that." And he really encouraged me. And like, I think the first game that he ever made me play was maybe Morrowind.
yeah,
Like he was like, we'll play Morrowind together. He was like, if you need me to take over like if you genuinely hate playing it, I'll take over and you can watch
hmm
me play, but I want to see you try. And then
yeah,
from there I ended up playing Elder Scrolls Online with him, and
yeah,
then World of Warcraft. We ended up playing Destiny together, and shoot, I was really nervous about shooter games,
yeah, yeah,
um, because like skill issues and stuff.
yeah.
But he really threw me into the deep end, and then before we knew it, I was running circles around him in PvP on Destiny, and he was like, "Oh shit, okay, I've created a monster."
You weren't a slide shotgunner, were you? Because that stopped
I
me
n-
from playing PvP in
Ugh,
Destiny.
I was not, but they do make me mad. No, I was a Titan main.
Oh,
But
excellent.
I was a shoulder charge. I
Yeah,
would
yeah,
just round corners and shoulder charge people out of existence.
yeah.
Um,
I
and I
love Destiny.
would get very competitive with it. Like if someone killed me, I'd be like, "Cool, I'm gonna run past all of your friends and solo ult you
Yeah,
just because I'm a bitch."
yeah. I wasn't ashamed of the solo ult in Destiny, but I don't get me. I adored Destiny 1. I loved
Loved it.
Destiny 2 to a point, but they just
Yeah,
it's MMO syndrome. I think as soon as these online multiplayer games get big, it's microtransactions. It's you have to pay to do this. Also, we're going to release new
yeah,
content every year, and it's going to be 70 quid, and you don't know if it's going to be worth it or not. And sometimes
yep.
it's going to be garbage. But
I'm always behind with Destiny 2. Like I have two friends who do play it and they're always on content with it, and I just wait for them to tell me if it's worth it or not.
yeah, yeah,
In fact, I don't even think I have it installed at the moment. I think last time I played it was maybe November.
yeah,
But I do kind of miss it. But the only bit that I really miss is like just hanging out with my friends. It was always fun. I remember doing my first ever raid on
yeah,
Destiny and just being so nervous to the point of where I had like a dry throat and my heart was pounding playing a
yeah,
fucking video game
yeah,
because it was like me, my boyfriend at the time, his two best friends,
hmm
um, and then a guy carrying us through.
Yeah.
A couple of guys carrying us through, and luckily everyone was super nice. I was like, look, I don't take verbal instruction very well, and I am nervous, and I'm really worried about being bad.
Yeah.
And it ended up being the most fun experience of my life. We wiped so many times, but it didn't matter. Nobody cared because it was just fun. And that's
Yeah.
the aspect of Destiny that I loved, was just hanging around with my friends being stupid.
Yeah. And I mean, I was kind of on the opposite side of that fence with World of Warcraft.
Mm,
Stopped playing a couple of years ago. Haven't gone back to it. In my own, it's sad because that game was dragged me through my childhood. Like I say, childhood. I've sort of from about 2006, 2005 onwards, up to around
mm,
2019, 2020. I played that game, and for the longest time, I ran a guild. We were a raiding guild,
mm-hmm.
and throughout the earlier days, as I was getting sort of mid late teens, I was in and running quite a successful guild. But
Mm,
then over the course of say probably 2015 up to 2019, 2020 when I stopped playing, we started running like a mid-level kind of we love raiding, we're going to take it semi seriously but also try and have fun. And
yeah,
one thing for me is I did not like, and I'm so sad it took me so long to realize, I did not like the person I became when I was doing that.
yeah,
Because yes, the way I attacked it was I wanted to have fun. I put a lot of work into the planning and stuff, and I was taking it more and more seriously so we could get somewhere. Because I know there was sort of people who were kind of, we still want to make progress, and we're a mid-level guild. There's lots of us out there, so what makes us unique?
mm,
And it turned me into kind of, I wasn't fun to play with, and I
yeah,
realized that, and it was kind of at that point I'm like, enough's enough. And then obviously all the horrible shit about Blizzard came out, and the
yeah,
heinous stuff some of the people that were at Blizzard at the time had done or were actively doing or participating in, and that was like, right, no, that's my sign. I'm not putting money into
yeah.
this
Into
game.
this, yeah, anymore. Yeah,
I'm losing friends. I mean, full disclosure, I wanted it to be a space where I didn't have to mask. So having ADHD and autism makes it difficult for me um, to kind of self censor.
yeah,
That this is speaking from my own experience. It's if I'm thinking something, it's before I've even finished the thought. It's leaving my mouth,
yeah. I get that. Yeah,
and it's so exhausting to step back into that. Um, to step back from that. So I created this space where I was like, you know what, be who you are, say what you want. My only lines are, do not pick on or bully people.
mm,
And unfortunately, that bred a not very nice space with people where not very nice jokes were frequently made. And it was always under the guise of, it's just a joke, we're not picking on anyone. And I'm kind of like, well, actually, no, this is a toxic space. The
yeah,
people who were, no one was really the brunt of the joke, but obviously it was uncomfortable for the people who weren't actively participating in that.
yeah,
And
yeah.
where
I
I
get you.
thought, this is for me, this is a non-exhausting space. What it actually became is actually this is a den of uh, some people who want to be evil or mean
Mm,
or display disgusting behaviors, basically. Um, I mean that to me, getting a bit deeper into it, but that to me is like my one of my biggest sort of regrets, but also a moment of growth for me that I kind of realized that. Um,
yeah, yeah,
and obviously it's not a thing that deserves credit. It's a bare minimum, and I regret that it took me so long to understand that what I thought was it's me trying to be as comfortable as I can. I spend all day masking. I just want to not have to bother doing that. turned into
Yeah.
some people who didn't have those issues or struggles as me, thinking it was okay to make jokes, about race and all this sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a nice space. But that again, I suppose that's me just saying sort of I'm on the other side of the fence where I was taking it far too seriously, and it got to that point where I sort of there was some introspection needed, not just because of the environment that was created, but also um, how my friends or people that I was calling friends, how they felt about being around me, and that was
Mm.
really eye opening. That was
No, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I never kind of had that
Hmm.
moment in gaming, but I've definitely had that moment in real life where I have sat back and gone, I have bred a culture around me.
Hmm.
I've
Yeah.
invited these people into my life, and maybe they've taken a little bit of advantage of
Yeah.
like how kind of not quite naive I'd been, but just how much I'd been like, well, this is it now. This is where I am. This is what has happened.
Yeah.
So I do get that. Like, I've always had a bit of a strong sense of justice, but I've always been kind of bad at verbalizing discomfort.
Yeah.
Um, and I used to have a best friend a few years ago who was just an awful person, if I'm
Yeah.
absolutely
Mm.
honest. But my issue is I like to see the good in people.
Yeah.
I like to. I have a bit of a savior complex in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
In that I'm like, oh, I could definitely fix this person, and that's reflected in all my relationships, and not just romantic relationships, but even friendships.
Yeah.
Um, letting people walk all over me, but not only that, then ending up becoming a bit of an arsehole with them because
Yeah.
if that's the culture around you, that's the kind of way that everyone around you are acting.
Yeah.
You either
Exactly.
walk away from it or you become a part of it. And she was a bit of a fucking bitch, and she was two-faced, and I ended up being in that as well. And in reality, can't blame anyone but myself.
Yeah.
I'm a grown ass adult. I at any point could have gone. Actually, I don't agree with the things that we're saying, and I'm gonna walk away from this situation.
Yeah.
But I got myself into the sense of, well, this is my only friend, and this is my closest friend, and if I walk away, where am I left?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and also, actually, I've seen moments where this person's incredibly nice and a really, really good friend. And
Hmm.
so, why can't I save that part of them and help them become that person as a whole? And
Yeah.
again, that ended up in romantic relationships as well, where it would end up being like, hey, you're a bit of a cunt. But
Yeah.
however, we have these moments, and
Yeah.
I reckon I can make it so that this is who you are as a person.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah.
There's that aspect though of they have to also want to make a difference or make a change.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm. And I mean, I made a sweeping change with that community, and I said, right, from now on, it's not say whatever you want because I want people to be. Say whatever you want. This is a comfortable space for people to unmask.
Mm.
I put in a sweeping rule. I was like, right, there's no more racism, whatever. No more of any of the phobias. We're not doing that. That's not acceptable here. Um,
Mm.
it's that's it. We're done. And one of them put, and I'm not gonna sort of name anyone.
No,
The
yeah.
people who I've got as friends who are probably listening or going to listen will know pretty much who I'm talking about. But there was a subsect of people who put, for example, following that post to say big rules change, posted a picture of some snowflakes in the Discord, but
uh,
but then they wrote, "Oh, we're all waiting with bated breath to see what happens," and then tagged everyone else who was also part of that little crew, minus a couple of people who they tagged. And I don't think they realized they made it actually quite easy for me when they just kind of tagged everyone who was gonna sort of kick up a stink about the fact that I'm not allowing this stuff around anymore.
yeah.
Um, but uh, there was no more conversation there for me. It was, this is what we're doing. I've, I understood the error of my ways, what I'd done. I made a massive critical error, and now it's time for everyone else to understand that also this just isn't okay. We
Yeah,
need we need to work together to change this. We need to make this a nice place. We need to make it a more fun place. And we did,
yeah,
and we lost a lot of people, but I didn't care because we lost the people who were worth losing.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Mm,
Um, like I say, in a similar vein, the thing that happened with the friendship, I lost the whole friendship group through that, but it didn't matter because I came out of it with the best friend that I could have asked for,
mm,
because we were in a friendship group where nobody spoke about issues or anything. It was just pure bitchiness. It was just he said, she said, behind back. Um, I feel like you've wronged me, so I'm gonna be really cold and distant with you and make you work for the friendship.
yeah,
Um, and like I say, ended up coming out the other side of it so much happier. With the best friend who, if we do piss each other off, which it happens.
yeah,
We're all human beings, and we rub each other up the wrong way, and that's what happens. But
yeah,
we've we've got that kind of friendship where we can just turn around to each other and go, "Hey, you've done this. This is how it's made me feel,"
yeah.
and we sit and we talk about it and we work it out, and it's
That's it.
great. I've never felt the need to ignore this person or
Yeah,
like, "Oh, I'm going to put you on silent treatment because you've done this," and I know that we're in a culture where I can't talk to you about it. Whereas instead now, yeah, sure, maybe I won't talk about it straight away. Maybe the other person won't either, and we'll leave it
mm,
a couple of days.
yeah,
But that's just cool down time so that we don't react emotionally. And I'm so glad that we've got that grown up friendship now. Um, and
yeah.
it's so much better when
It is.
you just let the trash take itself out essentially.
Well, that's it. And um, it's sort of it's a growth, but it's also a sign. The people around you as adults, because I tend not to. I don't have in any of my spaces where I can help it. I don't interact with minors or anyone under the age of
No,
18 where I can help it because obviously it's just a strange sort of place to be in, and I'm not only for like the social connotation of it, I'm just not comfortable with it.
yeah,
So
no,
so because I'm surrounded by adults, I have kind of an expectation that the people I'm around, we can have conversations where we can be frank about what hey, you said this, and I understand you were joking, but it hit me the wrong way.
yeah,
Um, I'd appreciate it if we can have a chat about it, move forward. Um, it's not a massive deal to me. I'm just letting you know that I wasn't comfortable with that, or that wasn't cool for me.
yeah,
Like, can we avoid that next time? And touch wood, all of the people I'm around regularly are more than happy to engage those conversations and to understand. And likewise for me, I'm more than happy to, if I've done or said something wrong, oftentimes I can be, I'm autistic. I'll try and defend myself a little bit, but I
mm,
do try, and that's something. I mean, that's something my wife has helped me massively with is trying to see like empathize a little bit more.
yeah,
Um, and it really leads to much more healthy relationships,
yeah.
both
The
platonically and emotionally.
Yeah, romantically as well.
And that's
Yeah,
the one, yeah, romantically.
the biggest thing that I am still constantly trying to remind myself is
Hmm.
I hate it when people tell me how I should feel about a situation.
Hmm.
And I think what's helped me a lot in a lot of situations is reminding myself that that's how the other person feels too. So even though my intention was a jokey intention or not a mean intention, I can't tell that person how they feel about that.
Yeah,
I can't say no, you are wrong to be upset about that because that's not how I intended it. Um, and it is a challenging thing to do as a human being, I think, because
yeah,
your instant reaction is to get defensive and is to
of course
be
it is.
upset and angry that someone's had uh, the reaction that you didn't expect to something.
Yeah,
And I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not perfect at it all. I still have my moments of kicking off and, fucking being an angry little shit about it and not feeling good about being called, like, quote unquote, called out. But
Yeah,
I think it's just the good kind of friendships are the ones where we understand that's how each other feels and things
yeah,
aren't going to be instantly like, cool, this is fine. And it's not going to be a constant thing of happiness. We all
yeah,
have bad days, good days, and take things differently on one day to another day. And I just think that adult relationships should be those where we can just be like, not today, not today, and this is how I feel, and you don't get to tell me otherwise. And the other person be like, yeah, okay, cool.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, Bert says he has a best friend of 19 years, and they go months without communication.
yeah,
But it then says you also have to be very careful of your communication styles unless you 100% know how someone would react. And that's, for me, those low maintenance friendships, I glue to them. I love them. Like, this is where, and whether you'd agree or not, I'm not sure, but this is where I would put our kind of friendship, because we don't talk all the time. We've never had a Discord chat, but every so
yeah,
often we'll spend an hour or two just having a chit chat, and then that's it. It might be a week or whatever, or a couple of weeks. We don't
yeah,
talk, months even. And it's like those sorts of things where you can just have a bit of a socialization, really. Like,
yeah.
oh, hold on, we're getting a raid. Whoa, man! Holy
Oh,
shit! Fucking what the fuck? It's Team Cosmic raiding us in. Thank you so much for the raid, Martin. All 36 people. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Sorry about this, Link. Oh, but
no,
also, I'm not sorry. Give me money.
yeah, don't be sorry.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much for all the love. Thank you so much for all the follows, Martin. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Holy shit. Holy shit. It's. I can't. I don't often have times where chat is like just bombed all at once. Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're having fun. Hope you're having a good night. So, and thank you for the head pats, Joey Cat. It went well. The PC can handle games. Okay, so some context for that is Martin. I assisted Martin with getting a new computer, and it went well, but then didn't go well. It broke, and we had to send it back. But now we've just we got it all fixed up last night, and it's all good. But yeah, so yeah, those sort of low maintenance friendships are where that's where I sit. That's where I'm the most comfortable. Don't get me wrong. I have friends that I talk to all the time. I have a
Yeah,
selection, and it is a very small selection of friends that I'll talk to all the time, because even though my social battery is dead, there are those friends who you can kind of rely on to help pick you up,
yeah,
and likewise you would do for them. Um, but a lot of my friends, it's kind of we might go weeks, days, weeks without chatting, but then have a chat and it's like, no time's passed and nothing's missed and there's no love lost. You haven't lost your friendship or anything.
yeah.
Um,
They're the kind of friendships I like. Again, with that old friendship group, there were certain people who were like, oh, well, you've not messaged me in 2 days, and so now I've got arse on with you. And I'm
yeah,
like, life's busy, and I don't have
it
time
is.
to be in your pocket all the time. One of my close friends, who I've known since I was about 13 or something,
Yeah,
she she messaged me the other day and was like, "Hey, we need to meet up for another coffee. We've not seen each other in 6 months." And then we sat and had a chat on Instagram,
yeah,
and it was like it was nothing. We were still there's never any awkwardness whenever we meet up. We still
yeah.
talk to each other in the same way that we used to when we were teenagers.
Hmm.
Like just still all the fun. No, like, oh, well, you've not bothered to ask how my life is, so why would I put in the effort with you? And it's just that
Hmm.
understanding of we both got lives, we both get caught up in them, and then every now and then we go, hey, when was the last time we caught up with each other and found out what was happening?
Yeah, well, exactly, exactly, and even down to I mean, I've had friends before where they'll send you a message, and if you don't reply straight away, they're like, "Is there something wrong? Are you okay? What's going on? Are we okay? Are you still my
You
friend?"
good?
But
Yeah.
I'm kind of like, "Hey, I just want to check in that you haven't decided to randomly hate me."
Ah,
But
yeah. The anxious friendships. Whoop whoop.
Yeah, well,
Please
exactly.
remind me that you love me.
Yeah, please do. Like, pat me on the head, like, suck on my toes. I don't care. Just something, anything. I need to feel. um,
Why is it every conversation I'm in, someone talks about sucking on toes?
that's what we
Is it
do.
me?
Yeah, you do give toe vibes, Link. You
Oh,
do.
thank you.
Yeah, toe nibbling king is are the words I'd
No.
use. Big
Oh
slurp
god.
slurp.
No.
Yeah, but I think in it's a strange one because there's often times where I will get a message or I'll message someone, and it's not that I don't care about them as a person or as a friend, but if they don't reply straight away, it's whatever. They'll get around to it. They'll reply to me. They'll
Yeah.
drop me a message. It's absolutely fine. And then we'll catch up, and things are fine. But then there's obviously other friendships that there's a little bit more involvement there.
Yeah.
Uh, my wife is saying hilariously, "You're not a low maintenance friend." Yes, I am. I am so low maintenance, but also you're my wife, so you have to tend my toes every night.
Fuck's sakes.
Get called out. To be fair, there was the other day where I jokingly said to Ghost that I was like, tomorrow I'm gonna wake them up by sucking on their toes, and
Oh my god.
I get up earlier than they do, and and I got kicked in the face because
Yeah, I was about to say, I hope you got kicked in the face for that.
I made a toe-bound attempt on those piggies and it did not go well. You bit me in the foot. No, you moved your foot as the foot entered my mouth. That's not my fault. I can't take my teeth out and give you a toe job, like a toe job, a gum job. No, what do you
Oh.
call it? When there's maybe there isn't a word for that.
Ghost is just like, please stop, please.
Stop, please. You're embarrassing yourself and me and everyone around you. And no teeth equals gum job. Okay, thank you, Grave. Much appreciated. But yes, I do have. It is a bit of a split between. I do have a few. I would say anxious friendships, but I think that comes from a place for me where I sort of uh, anxiously get to get to thinking that this person or these people are sort of the much better, more rounded people than I am, and it's a
Yeah.
sort of privilege to have them as friends. So I'm not like every day messaging them. Oh, do you hate me? Do you hate me? But I'll be like, yo, everything okay? Are you all right? Typical conversation. But I'll
But
be
also,
a
what have
little
I
bit
done
worried.
wrong?
Yeah, yeah.
uh,
Are you avoiding me? I've been banging on your window all night. I've been staring at you while you sleep. Why aren't you replying to me? I've checked your phone. I'm literally stood by your bedside while you're sleeping. I'm looking at your phone. You've read my message, or maybe I just read my message. I don't know. Did I leave myself on read on your phone? Are you okay? Am I
I think
okay?
I think it's a very universal autistic experience to wonder if you've done something wrong at the
Yeah.
slightest change in the way that someone responds to you.
Uh-huh.
I think a lot of people who aren't autistic think that autistic people just don't sense like any kind of social cues or any changes. I think
Yeah.
when in reality the problem for a lot of us is, definitely for me is, I will sense a change and not understand what the change is, and
Yeah.
that change could literally just be this person is now tired and has less social energy to be as energetic in the conversation, and that's
Hmm.
not because of you, that's just because they're tired. But I go into anxious, okay, so now I'm over analyzing what I have done socially
Yeah.
and where did I go wrong.
Yeah. Well,
And
exactly.
that's where my anxious attachment kind of friendships come from, where I'm like, hi, do you hate me? Do you still love me? What did I do wrong?
Yeah, just checking in, and you haven't decided that you don't love me anymore.
Yes, please.
Please, I need attention just from you, though.
Just from
Yeah,
you.
I definitely understand that. But again, it's it does all for me come from a place of like feeling somewhat undeserving of the friends,
Yeah,
the people around me. But then, as I say, on the flip side, there's these low maintenance friendships that to me they're not any less valuable. They're just kind of you just kind of have that And I think it takes a certain type of person to be in that situation together,
Yeah.
where you just have that. Let's we have a conversation. Maybe the conversation dies, or we like then we're both going to bed, say goodnight, whatever, and then you just don't message each other for 6 years,
Yeah.
and then it's
Yeah.
like, oh,
It's like,
how
hey,
did that thing go?
remember 6 years ago when you told me you were going to the doctors? How did that go?
Yeah. Do you still have a cold? Has it managed to last all 6 years? Are you good? Who knows? Not me. Tell me now. No. But yeah, I did, and it's honestly a lot of the people like that. The more low maintenance friends. Well, to be honest, a lot of the people I've met in general have come through gaming and
Mm.
Twitch. I mean, I was very fortunate to have a good friend of mine for nearly a decade who I'd never met in person attend the wedding, which was awesome.
Yes, you told me about that the other day.
Yes, it's crazy because I spent my life growing up with um, a part of my sort of parental unit, let's say, um,
Mm.
where it was, oh, you need to not be playing video games because you're not going to have any friends, and online friendships can't be real friendships, and you're going to be a perma virgin. No, but then you go ahead and meet someone that you've been friends with online for 10 years, and it's literally like you live next to each other, like you just get on great, and it's all it's all great, and they are real friendships. I don't care what anyone says.
No, I fully agree. My current friend group is people who live at the other end of the country that I
Yeah.
met through. So my best friend in real life, they got to know them through Twitch, and from that a Pridecraft event last year,
Hmm.
and I ended up joining the Discord server, and they're my like close bunch of friends now. And I've
Yeah.
only met a couple of them once. Um, it's and
Hmm.
again we've only known each other a few months, but I feel like this is probably the best friendship group that I've ever had.
Yeah.
Um, Personally, I think online friendships are a lot easier. But again, that might just be the autism talking. But or maybe it's just that I've grown as a person. Maybe it's that I now have people around me who are
Mhm.
probably have similar life experiences to me, and therefore it's easier to be friends because we've all kind of gone through similar things and know how hard friendships can be.
Yeah.
Um,
I
but
think
no, no, go on.
I always feel like they put you ahead. I think online friendships put you ahead a little bit because, um, if I mean, I don't even know how do you make friends in person? Like, okay, you
I think
go to a bar, you get a beer, someone else is drinking the beer. Hey, you're also drinking a beer. Okay, great.
that's great. Now what? Now what?
Yeah, now
Like,
what? Like, what type of person are you? But online friendships, you often meet because you're doing something that you share in common. You have common
yeah.
ideas, common thoughts, common games you love, music you listen to, whatever it might be.
Mm.
And it makes an incredible jumping off point for friendships.
Well, it's funny as well because I was speaking to a friend about it the other night. We're both in our 30s and single,
Hmm.
and the aspect of dating is so overwhelming. I don't
Hmm.
want to go on dating sites. I've tried them, and the whole idea of attempting to force a romantic thing and find out if it's gonna be a romantic thing
Hmm.
in the space of a couple of days on
Yeah.
like it's awkward and I hate it. And I'd love to meet like someone romantically, quote unquote, organically, but I
Yeah.
don't leave the fucking house.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to do that. And even if I do go out and take myself into town for a coffee, I couldn't randomly just start talking to someone in a coffee shop. I
No.
don't know how to do that. Like,
That's how you get damned. Like, maybe sorry, probably not a good adjective to use, but it's that kind of thing where it's like, yeah, you don't know who they are, and maybe you're a bit more anxious to talk to people, um, and a lot of it kind of gets a bit self-deprecating because it's like, well, what do I have to offer this person?
yeah,
Tell you one thing I do
yeah.
hate in public though, seeing people eat on their own breaks my heart.
Don't. It does me too, and especially I don't know why, but I have a really soft spot for like old men who are alone.
Yes.
And I think it's because it makes me think of my granddad because my granddad was alone when I was a kid, and I
Yeah.
always hated it. He was always at our house because we hated him being alone. And so if I see old men sat in like cafes eating by themselves, even though logically probably 9 times out of 10 they're quite happy with that.
Yeah, they're all
They're
right. Yeah.
they've taken them. So maybe they have got a wife. She's just at home. You just can't be bothered with her. You know,
Yeah. Exactly.
he's just gone for some peace. But in my head, I'm like, no, I need to protect you.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I'll always remember being when I was young. This was like my first experience with this. I must have been 13 or 14 and I went to a festival. And in one of the sort of main festival food tents, there was like tables and everyone was kind of like in a bit of a group having a chat and all everyone on different tables. Then there was a table in the middle just with a little guy eating a pie and I was like, "Oh, I just want to hug him because he looks so lonely." He's like looking around, he's just enjoying and part of me thinks maybe he's just taking a break from something. But
Yeah,
then
maybe he's just overwhelmed.
the head canon is he's so lonely, he needs a friend. Someone help him.
You know, funnily enough, I went to Amsterdam by myself a couple of years ago,
Mhm.
and I was just hanging out near the cafes. I was enjoying absorbing the views, and there was a group of German people near me,
Mhm.
and one of them came over and asked me if he could borrow a tissue because he was like having a nosebleed,
Yeah.
and nobody in his group had a tissue, and I was like, oh yeah, sure. Um, and then we'd ended up leaving like the area and then kind of bumping back into each other in another cafe, and they were all
Yeah.
sat in like a big group together on some sofas, and I was sat on a little two-person
Mhm.
table by myself enjoying a coffee, you know,
Yeah.
doing legal things for
Yeah,
that
yeah. Of course.
for Amsterdam.
Yeah, of course.
And they kept looking at me, and I knew they were looking at me, and my German was so weak at the time that I was like, I've got no idea what's being said, and now I'm nervous. And eventually one of them came over to me and was like, are you alone? You look really lonely. And I was like, no, it's just my face. It's just my
Yeah.
face.
I just have
But
a lonely face.
I just got a lonely face. But they were like, no, 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 you've got to come and sit with us. If you're alone, you have to come and sit with us. You have to come and hang out with us. Um, and so I was like, oh, the experience that I've always wanted to give someone has just happened to me.
Yeah, you were the old man
I was the old
and your
man.
wife
I
was
was
not
I
home.
was the guy at the table eating a pie
Yeah,
by himself.
looking around, looking so sad, need a hug. You're like, so Nymphy says, I just get so overwhelmed just meeting new people in real life nowadays, and it's I don't. I know people. I know a lot of people in that situation.
Mm,
Um, but I guess it's defining meeting and socializing. So I do get quite shy, but I can meet new people. That's not as much of an issue for me as maintaining a conversation with them or any form of like deep socialization.
mm,
Up says I'm envious of people who can make in real life friends, but even with work and hobbies, I can't do it anymore. The last in real life friend I made was probably pre-college, around 20 years ago or so. And yeah, I get it because as I said jokingly at the start, like how do you make in real life friends? Like I
yeah.
don't even know how I do that.
I just heard the cackle in the background.
Yeah, it's hopefully Ghost isn't laughing at me.
I
No,
hope so.
something funny just happened, and now they're absolutely wetting themselves, holding their mouth. They turn to me and mime, "I'm sorry," but yeah, okay, that's Ghost. Everyone, you just heard Ghosts laugh that they do all the time, every day. They laugh like that all the time. Enjoy that.
Oh gosh.
Um,
Um.
sorry, what
No,
were
I
we
mean
talking about?
the in me making
Mhm.
in real life friends. The only reason that my best friend is my best friend. What did I just? I
The
think my
only
brain
reason,
just shorts.
yeah,
Hang on, let me
I think we
reset.
both
The
blue
only
screened.
reason my best friend is my best friend is because they messaged me one day after messaging a mutual friend at the time and being like, I would like to hang out uh with with Link, but I don't know how to. And this person just said, just fucking message them and ask, and then they did that. and good timing. I just, yeah, they're in
Mm,
chat now. Um,
hello.
and they messaged me and was like, "Hey, you want to go get McFlurry?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, let's go." And so the only reason that me and this person are such good friends now is because they initiated that. Otherwise, I would not have. I'm not that person to ask people to hang out in real life.
Who paid for the
Um,
McFlurry?
I want to say probably Maney.
Okay, probably then. Okay, so that's why that's why your best friends, because they pay for the McFlurries. I see.
Oh no,
It's a
no, no.
transactional friendship. I see.
No, we're best friends because we don't do that thing where I'm like, excuse me, you owe me 99p the other day and you still haven't paid me it back, so I'm not buying you a coffee.
Yeah,
We're best friends because we just go, who paid for McDonald's last time? I don't know,
yeah,
I'll pay for it now.
yeah. Well, yeah,
I
exactly.
definitely owe Maney £5 million in Starbucks.
Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, I mean, I've had friends who are like, well, so you got this, this, and this. Like we'd eat a meal, and it's like you got this, this, and this. So therefore, your part is £13.71, and it's like, bro, we'll just half it. And they're like,
Yeah,
no, but that means because I got something less, I'm gonna pay less. And I'm like, I understand that argument. Like, if we go for a coffee and I get, you just get a, I don't know, a flat white or a cappuccino or whatever you're gonna get, and I get
yeah,
that, a toasty and a cake, it's not fair to go halves. I understand that.
yeah.
But when the difference
But
is only a few quid, it's like I will just get it back next time, or if we're heading to a pub or whatever, I will make it back. It will happen.
yeah, absolutely.
Um, especially when it's you're not you're not organizing household expenses here. You're going out for a drink or some food or whatever it might be.
Yeah. If I
Um,
mean if I financially if I had the money to treat my friends, I constantly would.
yeah,
My one of my big um like love languages is gifts.
yeah,
If and I wish I could afford to do it more often because nothing brings me more joy than seeing something and going that person would love that and then giving it to them. Um
yes,
I love that. Even if it's just something really stupid and little. I mean, with Maney, it's rocks. Everywhere,
mm.
every beach that I have gone to, I have got Maney a rock because I know Maney's gonna love the rock. So I'm like, I've got a surprise for you when I get home,
They're a
and it's a
simple
rock.
specimen.
Yeah, it's a rock.
Just give them a rock. It's
Yeah.
fine. I mean, yeah, I mean, oh, that must make such a cheap Christmas. But are we talking like rocks as in like ground rocks? Or are we talking rocks as in sticks of
I
rock?
know. No. Ground rock, pebbles,
Okay, all right.
like penguins.
I'm thinking like, oh, they must love that Blackpool Rock. I mean, that's a UK. That is a UK reference for. And I know there's a lot of people viewing, but for anyone who doesn't know, that's a stick. It's a stick of hard slash kind of chewy candy that throughout the center of it often has the name of the place. From what I've seen, like it would just say like Blackpool if you bought it in Blackpool, for example,
Mm.
and it's just like a minty candy. I guess would mint is rock mint
It
flavored?
You can get rock in many flavors. It could, but I think the standard is probably like peppermint. I would say.
Yeah, it's like a candy cane almost,
Yeah,
um,
yeah,
and it gets stuck in your teeth, and it's a sensory nightmare. I hate it.
yeah. Do you know what I would think is more of a more so than getting rock from
Mhm.
a beach is getting either a dummy shaped lolly
Oh no,
or as you got older and you went to beaches with your friends, you would rock up with a cock shaped
a dick,
lolly.
yeah, a dick lolly.
Dick lolly.
Yes, yes. I,
The dummies on the bit of ribbon. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I remember always, and they were like always bright red and
yeah,
didn't have any kind of discernible flavor. It was just fruit.
yeah. Yeah, it was
Uh,
assorted fruit and also sugar, and it's like
yeah.
them, like the ring pops, where it's like a
Mm.
giant fucking ring with a massive candy gem on the top.
Yeah.
Um,
And they always took you like 5 days to eat.
Yeah, or the giant novelty lollipops that you think, oh, I want one of those, and then literally you take it out, have one lick of it, and like, this is fucking vile, and I'm just gonna bin
I
it.
don't want it now. Yeah.
No, I don't want it anymore. My greed got the better of me. My eyes were bigger than my belly. Like, I'm not eating this. I'm sorry, but yeah. Okay. Well, Manny says once me and Link went for a walk, and I dug a two-toned rock out the ground, and now it reminds me of Link when I see it. Aw, that's sweet. You remind Manny of a rock. Nothing going on
I
inside. Just a
will
rock.
take that as a compliment. Pretty with not a lot going inside.
With not a lot
I mean, going on inside.
going
I
on
stumbled a
inside. I'm
word.
like,
I stumbled a word there.
yeah, that was a slip of it.
I'm just gonna shut up.
Are we going back to the single
No,
conversation here?
no, 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 no. We're shutting up. We're shutting up. Move
Okay,
on. Move
fair
on.
enough. Okay, so moving on swiftly then, since that was I mean, this isn't even halfway through questions. We haven't even got to our topic of conversation, so I'm gonna slam the gavel down now. Tell me, what is your topic of conversation for this week?
It is horror, kind of more specifically horror films, I guess.
Yeah.
Uh,
So we did, and I know you mentioned when you chose horror, we did have. I was speaking to a good friend, Jamie Devil, during season one on horror, but specifically Chucky.
mm,
So I'm more than happy. I mean, horror is a lot of my friends, if not all of my friends, will tell you that that is my absolute passion. Like,
mm.
it's like I have spreadsheets. I'm so autistic about it. So I guess the best place to start with is there anything specific about horror you want to talk about? Or do you just want to tell me what your favorite movies are to start with?
uh, I think I just want to talk about favorite movies. Like
Yeah.
my brain will ramble from there as well, though.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. We can sideline. This is an autistic show run by an autistic person with autistic guests. So that's what we're here for. So, what is your if you had to give the shining example of horror,
hmm
what movie to someone who wanted to get into horror, what movie would you give them?
Ooh, someone who wanted to get into horror, I
Yep.
would definitely go for the Halloween films. I know it sounds so like, oh, of course you picked Halloween, but because they are to me the pinnacle of
Yeah.
like horror.
Yeah, like
Um,
Halloween
everything
one,
about them.
two,
We've
four,
got like what
five.
four separate timelines as well.
Yeah.
Which fun fact in only one of those timelines is Michael Myers and
Laurie Strode.
brain. Thank you, brain went blank for a
That's
second there.
fine.
Laurie Strode not related.
Yeah. Yeah. And also fun fact, Halloween 3 didn't
Nope,
exist and I've completely
didn't
erased it from my
exist.
brain.
Oh,
So
I recently rewatched that
mhm. I am talking about
and was
Halloween 3 is the fucking one without Michael Myers, isn't it? With the mask,
yeah,
Silver
it's
Shamrock. Yeah.
yeah. It's the like the mask factory
Yes.
is
Yeah.
what it mainly is in, and I recently rewatched it and was like, oh boy, I forgot like how off its tits this film goes. Like
Yeah.
it's so unnecessary and it makes no sense in the time, like in it's still technically in a timeline,
Yeah,
but
it
it's
is.
in a timeline and it's a separate story and it's an unnecessary weird story that everyone just discounts from the timeline.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, and I'll go into I guess we can go into a little bit more about that movie for people who haven't seen it. Which, if you haven't seen it,
Don't.
don't don't see it. It's not worth it. But it was at a time where I believe the Halloween, the it always escapes me the studio who picked up Halloween, but
uh, yeah.
yeah. Anyway, they wanted Halloween to become an anthology horror movie series
Mm.
because they thought one and two Michael Myers that's enough of the shape. We don't need more Michael Myers. They bring three out, and then people are like, where Michael? Like, where shape? And they're like,
Where
oh,
what
this
happened?
was a mistake. Um, but yeah, so if you haven't seen it, basically Halloween 3, there is no Michael Myers. It is about these Halloween masks, and basically there's a few different ones. Like I think there's a skeleton one and a pumpkin one, and the kids buy them because they become crazy popular, and then is it like something on TV which makes the masks activate or something like that, and it
Yeah, it's like
melts
a
the kids' heads
weird.
or some shit like that. I don't even.
Yeah, it's like the advert brainwashes kids into really wanting these masks,
Hmm.
and then it's a special show that's going to play at a certain time.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just you just sit and you watch it and you just think, man, is this what it's like to take LSD? Like,
yeah,
what the fuck is happening right now?
yeah, exactly. And it's so far removed from the entirety of the franchise, but I mean, it's in later movies. It's there's scenes where it's subtly referenced as the Silver Shamrock Company exist in
Mhm.
universe. It's still a canon event to a timeline within the continuity of Halloween, which is, let's be real, is it's a little bit all over the place.
Yeah.
Um, but I'd agree. I think Halloween is a great entry point for anyone who wants to get into horror. It's very, it's accessible as a horror film because when we say horror, it's such a broad genre. I mean, just opening up my horror rating spreadsheets, there's all sorts from the slasher horror, which Halloween would fall under, to supernatural, to psychological,
Mm.
home invasion, sci-fi, zombie. There's just so many different types of horror movie that it's impossible to sort of. There isn't a movie that would sum all of horror up,
No.
except The Cabin in the
Ooh.
Woods.
Oh, do you know what? For so long, I didn't watch Cabin in the Woods because I had a
Mhm.
friend kind of explain the story to me,
Yeah,
and I was like, he did a really bad job of explaining it because the way he explained it was just like it's all the horror movies come together and all this and I was like, cool.
yeah,
So it's just in my head from the way he had directed explained it in
yeah,
my head. It to me it felt like it was a lazy direction where
mhm.
they just referenced horror films and made a film out of it.
Yes,
And then I finally sat down and watched it and was like, no, I got this so wrong from what he told me. Like,
yeah,
he didn't explain this well at all. This is amazing. This is such a chef's kiss of a fucking film.
yeah.
It's such a homage to horror as a genre. Like,
It is. It's because, I mean, I could position it as, if I wanted anyone to watch a horror and get a little bit of every facet of horror, watch it
mm,
because it's funny, it's gory. There's some great practical effects. It's monster horror. There's zombies. There's um, yeah, your classic final girl of
yeah,
horror. It's. But I'd also say, if you haven't watched it and you adore horror, to watch it as well, because I think there's
yes,
just as much to be gained for an already standing horror fan as there is for someone who's fresh to the genre.
yeah.
Um, Now, there is a movie. I mean, I want to touch on a little bit later, and I'm not sure if you've seen it, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. But some other characters and some other great horror movies. I mean, are there any other ones you'd recommend for a first time or a just getting into the genre horror fan?
I would always recommend this film just because it is not only my favorite horror film, but one of probably like my favorite film of
Hmm.
all time. And it's House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yes.
And I have so much deep love for that film and the subsequent films that follow it in the
Yeah.
trilogy. Like, but if even if you're not going to watch the trilogy, you can watch the first film and
Yeah.
be happy with the ending, I guess.
Yes.
um, it's just I love it so much, and it's I think the reason that I love it is because it doesn't feel supernatural, and then
No.
it turns it on its head on you all of a sudden, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, it was kind of alluding towards this, but because it's just people being creepy and weird about this like supernatural thing, you don't expect it to happen.
Yeah. So for anyone who may not have seen House of a Thousand Corpses, you may have seen or heard of the other movies. So the House of a Thousand Corpses is the first in a trilogy called the Firefly series, and there are two films that follow it. It's The Devil's Rejects and Three from Hell, I think is the third one.
Yes. Yes.
Um, and they kind of revolve around these three characters. And it's Captain Spaulding, played by Sid Haig, rest in peace.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
there is Otis Driftwood, played by Bill Moseley, and I believe is the last one called Baby. I don't
Yes,
know if
baby.
she's ever referred to with any other name, but
Um.
it's Rob
hmm.
Zombie's wife, I think. I
Yes, it
think.
is. Yeah. Sherry Moon. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Wait.
oh, they're not married
No,
anymore.
I think I've actually just that is her character name is Sherry Moon.
I have no idea. No, Sherry Moon Zombie. Yeah. So,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
yeah. So, she married Rob Zombie, and basically these three are lunatics, and they are so. The later movies fall flat for me, and just hold that thought opus on adding them to the list. And there's a reason for it, and I can't remember which one it is, but there's one of them that goes very hard into a sort of it's a kidnap, but there's like uncomfortable sexual violence in it, and that's always
That
one thing
is
that
the third one, I believe.
where they I think they
Oh
make
no,
the
that might be the second one in the motel.
yeah,
The couple that they kind of take hostage.
yeah. So I mean, great movies, but obviously a big trigger one in there because for me, I'm happy with a horror if it implies that. But that's the one thing about horror that kind of makes me feel viscerally uncomfortable is
Mm,
any form of sexual violence. Because I mean, there's good horror films that are ruined by it. Like The Last House on the
yeah.
Left didn't need
Uh,
a 10-minute rape scene. Didn't need to happen.
yeah, the big one for me is the I Spit on Your Grave remake
Yes.
went a bit too ham with the scenes of sexual violence. Like I know that's what the whole film is about. That's the whole
Yeah.
point of
It's
that's
a
the
revenge
premise of
story,
the
isn't it?
film.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it got a bit too like it. There's definitely a very fine line
Hmm.
in any kind of movie or show that you watch that depicts sexual violence.
Yeah.
Um, and it's a very easy line to overstep, and I think some people do that on purpose for the shock horror factor, like,
Yeah.
oh, people are going to come and watch my film because I've pushed the boundaries so far. And
Hmm.
I guess that's what horror should do,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
um but for me, like, it's I Spit on Your Grave was one that I ended up turning off because I was just like, this poor, I can't do it.
Yeah. And it's that's one of the things where I say, horror is my favorite genre of nigh on everything. But it does have fallbacks, and I think
Mm.
it wouldn't be fair to, especially on running two episodes discussing horror with different people, it wouldn't be fair to not acknowledge that it has fallbacks. But
Yeah.
what I will say is, I mean, the horror community is one of the most nicest, most welcoming, inclusive communities I've ever been a part of. Because I mean, it's horror is, and I don't know if this word is okay to say. Okay, I'm gonna say a word. If it's not good to say, let me know. Horror is inherently camp. I don't know if camp's okay.
No, yeah, no, yeah, I would agree. Horror is very inherently camp, and I think that's why my although my favorite horror film is not from this genre,
Hmm.
my favorite era of horror is 60s, 70s horror,
Hmm.
and that is so camp, especially if you go into like Italian, um,
Or like giallo.
yeah, just
Yeah.
the if you sit and watch it now, you're like, God, what? How did anyone ever find this scary or a horror film? Like, it's so
Hmm.
camp, and I that is what I love about horror. I
Yeah.
love, like you say, its inherent campness.
Yeah.
Like, that's, to me, is what makes it. And I
Yeah.
think that's why it's got such a big community, and not only that, but such a big LGBTQIA plus community
Yeah.
of horror fans, because the freaks and geeks, we flock together.
Yeah.
And horror definitely does that for us.
Of course it does. And there's no in most horror movies, people are they're equal. Everyone is a body on the kill count.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
know, um, everyone is, and it doesn't. There's obviously, and I say most horror films because there's obviously ones where they might portray a gay character, but they might be unrealistically overly flamboyant, like really pushing the point that this person's gay.
Yeah.
Which obviously it's not. There's a point where that may become problematic, where it's like, hold on, this is actually just a harmful stereotype of that.
Yes.
This of gay people or whoever it might be. But it's generally a very open, um, honest, and friendly environment to everyone and all, because as you said, the freaks and geeks, they end up sticking together and they glue together, and they all bond over a love of a medium that both isn't afraid of representation,
Mm.
but also isn't afraid of attacking societal norms.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the biggest reasons why I love horror so much. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm a sucker for like uh slasher movies, blood, guts, and gore, and being a bit squeamish while you're watching a movie. But like, um, yeah, it's just so incredible to see. I mean, recently, for example, did you see the Chucky TV series?
No, I didn't, but
Okay,
I have a feeling I know what you're gonna reference.
yeah. So obviously, season 2 introduced Glenn and Glenda.
Hmm.
Um, and obviously, um, 2004, Seed of Chucky came out, and Chucky and Tiffany had a child, and that child
Hmm.
was Glenn slash Glenda, who was gender fluid slash
Yes.
at the time, and then they split into two human bodies, one who is male presenting, one who is female, but they're also both kind of andro as well.
Hmm.
Um, and there was a backlash to that, and the backlash was gay people not in my movie. Why is it woke? Why? And I just sit back and I think, do these people realize that Don Mancini's gay? The guy who created Chucky and has created Chucky since 1988. Do they realize that he is an openly gay man?
I
Like,
think people's problems are that they don't know as much as they think they know.
yeah. And like, oh, it's this whole like, oh, I don't care. People can do what they want. Just don't do it in front of me. Like, fucking grow up. Like, get over
Yeah.
it. But yeah, it's the fact that, I mean, even in 2004 to introduce a gender fluid character for Chucky, and I'm not going to steer too much into Chucky because I did a whole episode on it, but
Yeah.
it was before its time. People didn't like it, but I think people, especially sort of in the past 10 years or so, as there's more awareness of the concept of being gender fluid and being non-binary,
Mm.
I think people have started to actually to understand it and to come to grips with that. And obviously, we're not there yet. Nothing's perfect, but um, that's just for me. That is a glowing example of queer representation in horror,
Yeah.
and how that's one of many examples of that similar sort of what isn't a, and I hate this term, societal norm.
Yeah.
Um, and you find it in horror, and it's unapologetic, and in many movies it is camp, and it's in your face, and if you don't like it, then don't fucking watch it. Like, fuck off. We don't want you here
Exactly.
because we love it, you know. Um, but yeah. Back to the sexual violence. I think with that, movies always for me gain a slightly lower rating in my estimations if they're overly um pronounced with it.
Yeah.
And I'm not in any way calling for the censorship of that because there are heinous people who commit heinous crimes and it's horrible. But this isn't a medium for, and I understand horror is a medium for social commentary, but you don't need to do that. You don't need to have a
No,
10-minute long,
no,
um,
no.
you know, you don't
It's
need, you can imply it and it can
yeah.
go
At
so
some
far.
point, it's too much. At some point, it does become too much.
Yeah.
Um, but it's the same again for me across all types of media, whether it's TV or movies, no matter what the genre. I'm in no way a prude.
Hmm.
Um, I but sex scenes in films and TV shows for whatever reason, I'm not about it. I'd much
No.
rather have the implications.
Yeah.
Um, I don't need to see an actor's actual naked body on the
Yeah.
TV.
No.
Um, and I'm like I say, I'm not a prude at all. I'm all about sexual liberation. It's just sometimes I feel like it's done just because. Oh my god, did you watch that episode of Game of Thrones where so and so got their whole penis out?
Yeah.
That's what it becomes for me, and
Yeah.
I think that's the reason that I don't like it is because it's just a cheap, in my opinion, a cheap way of getting views.
Yeah. Like, look at this generically hot person getting the back blown out by this other generically hot person.
Yeah.
That's yeah, and it's just kind of yeah. I do understand where you're coming from there, and it's there's got to be a point where you have to ask what does this add?
Yeah.
Is this adding anything to the story? Okay, we're talking about two people who are in. They might be, strangers who have end up having a sexual relation, or they might be trying to portray two people who are in an intensely passionate relationship.
Mm.
But there are other ways to do that. It
Yeah,
doesn't always
absolutely.
have to be sex. But obviously, this is the whole where it comes down to the it's a historical sort of thing of primarily women in horror. They need
Yeah.
to be dumb and they need to be sexy. And these are they are fallbacks, but in the same token, I mean, I'm not in a position to comment on how it makes women feel. But
Mm.
what I can say is when done right, there is an empowerment.
Oh,
But
yeah, absolutely.
unfortunately, it's not always done right. And I have to be realistic about that. Even if it's a genre I absolutely love and do find it difficult to find things flawed, there are still things we need to move forward from. Like the stereotype of the black guy dies first. You
Yeah.
know, that's a that's a stereotype in horror that was sort of it's parodied now.
Yeah.
But and I think on that same note, there's a documentary on Shudder called Horror Noir, and it's a history of black cinema. And there's a whole subsection on that on horror. And not many people may remember this, but in the original Night of the Living Dead, which is George A. Romero's first movie, the
Hmm.
main character of of Ben, was played by a black man,
Yeah.
and he was um, George A. Romero was consistently asked, like, "Oh, how do you feel about having cast a black man in your movie? This is 1968. Things aren't particularly amazing
Great.
for
Yeah.
people of color, black indigenous people of color, but um, and George A. Romero always stuck to like, well, no, I cast an actor who played the character and played the character incredibly well.
Yeah.
Didn't see race, and that's on the flip side of how empowering and sort of boundary pushing horror can be and has been
Yeah.
historically and still remains to be to this day. And these are just sort of, I mean, for me personally, reasons why um, I love it so much as a genre. Um, and it's not even something that you can say, oh, it's just woke, and I fucking hate that word.
I
Like,
hate that word so much.
mhm,
So I hate anyone who's like, "Oh, they only put this person in here because it's woke." No, shut up. Like, literally, get a grip on life.
mhm.
Like,
Like
oh
have non-binary characters played by non-binary actors.
yeah,
Have um if you want to have a sexy man or a sexy woman play a sexy man or a sexy woman, do that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Where there is something wrong is where it's there's no substance. It's a baseless character. Um, you can have cannon fodder, you can have kill fodder in horror movies. Every horror movie has them. Every slasher first horror movie has them where there's nothing of substance to the character. They're just there to be killed. That is
Yeah.
fine, but do they really always need to be topless and running away and screaming and making, you know? But again, on the flip side, you've got the idea of the final girl where it's someone who finds strength within their adversity, and yet typically a woman, or
Yeah.
typically a female actor,
Mm.
um, where they've they found the strength in adversity and they stand up. They find themselves. They find the bravery in amongst some their own tragic situation. Friends are killed, whatever it might be, and they stand up and they finish the fight. They kill the bad guy, or they end the terrible situation, or they find a way through the terrible situation.
Yeah.
And that's where I think it stands in both um, empowerment and progressiveness, and has done for such a long time. But as I say, it's always worth to flip side on that and say, we do have all these good things, but there are things to acknowledge. And there are, as there is in everywhere in society, there is still work to be done. But I think, particularly in horror, mainly in recent memory and recent note, horror's gotten really good at being positive in their
Yeah.
representation. Sorry.
I think maybe thinking about it subconsciously, one of the main reasons that I love House of a Thousand Corpses so much is because Baby is the only character that, off the top of my head, I mean, no, okay, I've kind of thought about it a bit more, but Baby is one of the first uh killers in a horror movie that I remember watching where she's a woman and
Yeah.
she holds her own. Because I mean, like, you've got Carrie, but Carrie's whole story is not being able to hold her own.
Yeah.
Carrie is a unfortunate set of circumstances that pushes her to where she is.
Yeah.
Um, and it's kind of the same with like the main character in The Exorcist is it's a little girl, but again,
Regan,
she's
I
not
think you call
really,
her. Yeah.
yeah, she's not really holding her own in a way. And
Mhm.
I'd watched House of Thousand Corpses before I ever watched the Halloween series because
Mhm.
arguably Laurie Strode is an amazing, strong
Mhm.
uh, female character. But to see it on the other side of the stick, seeing a killer who toyed with men and like
Yeah.
easily killed men.
Yeah.
And especially like as you get into, I think it's the third film where they end up in Mexico.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah. Yeah.
um, and she kicks ass in that film.
Mhm.
And I always loved that about House of a Thousand Corpses. Like Baby's character was just so fun.
Yeah.
And the fact that she never took anything in it too seriously as well. I always found that funny, and I loved that crazy side of her. It's almost like Harley Quinn, that like I'm such a goofball and I'm toying with you,
Mhm.
but I'm gonna kick your fucking ass at the end of the day. Like, don't take me for granted. I'm not weaker than the others. Like,
Yeah.
I can definitely hold my own.
Yeah.
Um,
I do
but
want
yeah,
to take that opportunity then to give a shout out to some uh women in horror, female characters and actresses or actors, sorry, that are um not that are less sort of known or praised, but have been because it has been rare historically.
mm,
So obviously we'll start. We already mentioned Baby, um, and the portrayal of Baby is this sort of fun but psychotic, clearly a sandwich shot, probably even more crazy than both Captain Spaulding and Otis.
mm,
Um, but then early examples of it of the strong female horror character. Uh, Pamela Voorhees, another one.
Yes.
But the problem is, you don't know that until
Yeah.
the very
Until
end.
the big twist.
Spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't watched the very first Friday the 13th movie. I'm terribly sorry. Um,
But also, like, how many years has it been?
yeah, well,
Watch
yeah,
it.
exactly. Um, who else would there be? Annie Wilkes, the from Misery, the lady who takes in the novelist. I can never remember what
Yes.
he's called. She takes in the
Uh,
novelist and then tortures him, but because she's obsessed with him.
yeah. That
Uh,
is an amazing film, by the way.
it's a
If there's
really good
anyone out
film.
there who's never seen Misery, I'm begging you to watch it. There isn't many horror films that make me physically cringe or like genuinely had me on such tenterhooks on the edge as that film did. That
Um,
film, just it still kind of makes my heart go a little bit
yeah,
because it's such a real situation. It's so
yeah,
strange.
yeah. Um, next, I would probably go a bit supernatural. I would say Kayako from The Grudge.
Yes.
Um, another one that the name escapes me of the actor. Um, but equally to Kayako from The Grudge, we also have Sadako from The Ring, or
Yep.
Ringu, the Japanese, the original,
Yeah.
renamed to Samara Morgan in the American ones, which I've seen both, and they're both fine. The
Yeah.
Japanese one excels.
Oh no, yeah. There's nothing wrong. That is one of the few American remakes of something where I happily tolerate it because it's not badly done.
No, well,
Um,
the first ones aren't, in my opinion, anyway. The
yeah.
sequels are leave a bit to be desired, but
Yeah, yeah.
Ju-on,
But
Ju-on and Ringu, the original Japanese ones are incredible.
yeah, I
Um,
encourage anyone who's ever watched just the American ones to watch the originals.
yes, definitely. Um, Alison Williams' performance as Rose in Get Out. Now, if you haven't seen Get Out, watch it. I don't know what you thought of that, Link. Have you watched Get Out?
Um, I don't think I have yet actually. Like,
Okay.
hang on. I have to Google to remember which one it. No, that is on my list of films to watch, and I'm so behind in my list of films to watch.
Yeah, same,
But,
same.
but I have heard nothing but amazing things about it.
Yeah. So Alison Williams plays Rose, the girlfriend of the main character,
Mhm.
um, who is, keeping it spoiler free, who plays the character. I'm just gonna say it's an amazing performance.
Mm.
It's an amazing performance. Um, Ma, I don't know if you've seen the movie Ma. Sue Ann Ellington, who's played by Octavia Spencer, is a sort of strangely sympathetic and emotional character, despite being a crazed slasher. Um,
I have not seen that, but I love that actress, so
so
I definitely need to put that on my list.
yeah, so basically, the premise of the movie is some teenagers are like, "Can you buy some alcohol?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'll buy you alcohol. Also, I don't really want you drinking on the street, so why don't you party inside my house in the basement?" And I'm not going to
Oh,
say any more, but
oh no, yeah,
enjoy
I'm
that.
definitely gonna watch that. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, Tiffany Valentine, plays from the Chucky franchise, Bride of Chucky, played by Jennifer Tilly, who is, I've mentioned this before, but Jennifer Tilly is in her 60s and she looks
Oh,
incredible. She's
yeah.
64 years old and you wouldn't see it.
Is she?
Yeah,
Oh my god.
64 years old and you don't see it. Um, I have to say for the original movie, Isabel Thurman, who plays Esther in the original Orphan movie. Now, she does return for the character in the Orphan sequel,
Hmm.
but again, it's not. It suffers from sequelitis. It's
Yeah.
it's it's a sequel. Um, I'm just trying to think of even more. 'Cause there isn't. This is kind of where I'm coming. Oh, recently, Mia Goth playing Pearl in X and Pearl.
I still haven't seen that, and again, it's one of those ones where I'm being begged to watch it, and I just genuinely just don't have time to do anything.
Yeah, and
But it's
then
definitely that's moved up on my list.
yeah, and then this one, not not the antagonist, but a completely underrated, underappreciated performance by a female in any horror movie is Toni Collette's performance in Hereditary.
Yes.
She was snubbed so hard for any awards for that movie, and I mean, that's a wider thing of, I think a lot of these, like a lot of the big major award shows sort of stray away from horror. Um,
Mm.
but playing a character that slowly descends into insanity after seeing all of the crazy shit that happens in that film,
Yeah.
the kids being possessed, the visions that she has, and you can see from moment to moment that character's mind just
Yeah.
going. It's
She's
so fucking good.
she's so good in that. Like she's a brilliant actor anyway, but in that film, like definitely for me the best person in that film.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. So that, I guess, just a few, or some names thrown out there for women in horror. Um, I think also, um, it's worth mentioning that, well, not just for women, but also going to the LGBTQIA plus community and how they've been historically represented. Obviously, I mentioned earlier um, you've got Glenn slash Glenda
Hmm.
in in Seed of Chucky and Chucky season 2. Recently, um, though not officially confirmed, Will Byers in Stranger Things.
Yes.
Now, seeing his struggle, now it's speculation, but there's, for me, definitely some, he's battling with something.
Yeah. I think I'm hoping that that is what their intention was, because
Yeah,
if it was, they've done such a good job of making it subtle. And I want to kind of say not subtle in a sense of like, oh, so people don't have uproar about it because they don't want to see a gay character, but just the subtleness that you go through in life,
yeah,
coming to terms with your sexuality and like coming out. Obviously it's very different.
mhm,
It was different for me than what it would be for someone in that uh era of time.
yeah,
um but I think they did a very good job of, without words, showing the battle that he was going through, and it was very relatable. It struck a chord, and I gave it a good 10 out of 10. And I think it adds to the dynamic within the friendship as well, and it kind of uh adds representation without it just feeling like they've gone, oh yeah, shit, we forgot to put a gay character in there. We'll just force this storyline, you
yeah,
know?
yeah. Um, recently, in fact, very recently, the protagonist lose in the Owl House. Now, I know some people might say the Owl House is fantasy, but there are some horror elements in that show.
Mm.
Is a open, I'm going to say openly bisexual, and also the first openly bisexual character in a Disney franchise. Um,
Wow.
yeah. It's sad that we have to wait till 2020 to get that, but it's it's something. It's a start. It's more of a start.
Yeah.
Um, I think there's a lot of, sadly, it's kind of, I think you've got a lot of people who are in Hollywood who are afraid of that representation. The two main characters in Bodies as well, or a gay couple. But these are sort of just, I suppose there's not as many examples of that I can pull off the top of my head than I would like. But
Yeah.
it's sort of this. It's been a long-standing thing of, well, of course, the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yes.
That is
That is.
that's the pinnacle.
Yeah, absolutely. That was something I watched. I must have been about 10 when I watched that.
Hmm.
Um, and I think by that age I kind of knew a lot more about myself than I probably let on. But
Hmm.
that was one of those kind of films where I was like, "Alright, this is interesting. This is yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
this I don't this isn't jarring. It isn't like because I'm bisexual and
yeah.
it's funny again. This is something me and my friend discussed like literally yesterday.
Hmm.
Um, I spent the first couple of years of secondary school under the impression that a lot of people
Yeah.
fancied whoever and didn't care who they were,
Hmm.
and then slowly started to realize, no, that's not quote unquote normal. I'm bisexual.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And um, I'm just sort of realizing, just as I'm saying, oh, there's not that many. I'm like, Sleepaway Camp. There's an entire
Hmm.
trilogy based around the character of Angela, who is, I actually think, in movies, the first trans slash gender non-conforming antagonist
Yeah,
in a movie. And I mean, the person who played that character did it incredibly well. I mean, if you haven't seen it, they're not fantastic movies, but there are parts of that film that will stick with you, particularly the reveal.
yeah,
Um, Now I know there's some people who are kind of on the fence about the way they revealed that character, Angela, was trans, but
yeah. It became. I know in the last couple of years it became kind of controversial.
yeah, yeah, and but this is kind of for me like an example of how it sort of pushes it's pushing the bar forward more and more. And yeah, it's obviously it's not getting it right all the time,
Mhm.
but it's doing. I think horror for me, particularly in Hollywood, does more for the representation of minorities than many other mediums do.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, this has just been a massive tangent. You were telling me how much you love Captain Spaulding, then I'm like, oh yeah, let's tangent for 45 minutes about queer representation in horror movies.
Hey, I'm always up for talking about queer representation. So
um, so on the horror end, we do have a bit of an extra game to play in the second segment. But I think just on the horror then, obviously you mentioned Halloween and that you love
Mhm,
House of a Thousand Corpses. How
mhm.
do you feel about supernatural horror?
I personally find that the least scary of the horror
Hmm.
genre. However, big love for it. I love it when it's badly done. I love it when it's well done.
Yeah,
I just think it's a great way to scare people.
yeah,
And it's a cool topic to me. I'm not a full believer in anything supernatural, but I'm also not a disbeliever because there's a lot of things that aren't explained, and so
yeah,
I enjoy that in film as well.
yeah. I'm on um I'm on the fence because Supernatural's never been my favorite one because it always felt a bit, oh, oops, a pan fell off and it made a loud crash when everything was quiet. So or monster jumps out and goes a bloogie woogie woo. Like, so I've kind of been. It's not my favorite, but there's a couple of films. One earlier, I mentioned a movie that I was going to ask you about earlier. Have you watched the movie Skinamarink?
No, I have not.
Okay, so Skinamarink is a Canadian analog horror movie. So
Ooh.
if if you're for anyone unaware of what analog horror is, it's very it's very sound driven. It's it's not pristine. It's low fidelity. The visuals are low fidelity. So much so that you may not actually know what's really going on. And that was a movie for me that it was universally praised. People adored within the horror community. People adored that film, and I think it actually broke out through TikTok. I think, but
Oh.
basically, it all revolves around this boy and this young boy and girl who get up one day to find that their parents aren't there, and all of the doors have disappeared in the house, and there is this monster slash ghostly being who is sort of talking to them and commanding them around the house, but it's all very kind of candid camera, very low
Yeah.
fidelity camera. Um, and it's essentially a selection of what appear to be scenes cut from like found footage tapes. There's no like scene where it's focusing on these two characters having a conversation. It's kind of,
Yeah.
you might hear something, or you might hear the camera might be sat in the living room, but then there's a kid in, two rooms down in the kitchen whispering to his little sister, and you'll hear the
Yeah.
whispers, and there might be subtitles. Um, it's very analog. Um,
Mm.
now, the reason I wanted to talk about that movie in particular is because it didn't hit me as a an enjoyable film because
No.
I didn't get it. And this is a this is a very thing that's personal to me, right? I ended up watching that movie and then watching a 50-minute video essay about what that movie was about, right?
Yep.
And that's nothing against that film. It was an uncomfortable watch. It did exactly what it wanted to do, which was be uncomfortable, leave you with questions, leave you wondering what the fuck actually happened for the entirety of that runtime.
Mm.
Um, but it turns out that um, the boy. So at the start of the film, the boy falls down the stairs. You hear it. I didn't
Mhm.
really pick up on the fact that that had happened until this video essay. So that was probably why, because I was kind of sat there wondering what's going on. But it's theorized that it's kind of the whole doors disappearing and parents not being there. It's kind of the boy in a coma, and this is what's going on in his mind. Where he's afraid, he's alone, he can't get out of this situation. He's stuck in like an eternal nightmare almost.
Mm.
Um, but if you like being uncomfortable, and you enjoy the supernatural, and you do want to feel genuine fear while you're watching a movie, watch that and see if
I
you can figure out
definitely
what's
will then.
happening. I would add it to the list. No need to prioritize it, but add it to the list. And I would love to hear if anyone else listening adds it to the list and gives it a watch. Let me know what you thought about it, because it sometimes I have a bit of an issue where sometimes if I don't immediately get what a movie's trying to say,
Yeah.
I just I just don't get it. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh well, that was kind of. So I do tend to do my research a little bit more, or I'll have a conversation. If me and Ghost have watched a movie together, we'll have a chat, um, and figure out, we'll have a talk together about what something might mean, or what certain scenes meant, or what the story as
Mm.
a whole was perhaps alluding to.
Yeah.
Um, Definitely a one to watch. If you
No,
could
that.
recommend a movie,
Ooh. I Do you know what? Not everyone's a fan of it, but I recommend Blair Witch Project, and that's because I am a big fan of found footage films.
oh,
Um,
good movie.
and that is because the first time I ever watched Blair Witch Project, I was about 8 years old.
Oh no,
Shouldn't have been watching it,
no, you shouldn't
and
have been.
no, I should not. And obviously, being 8, I didn't understand that found footage films weren't actually found
Real,
foot.
yeah,
It was all set up. But the thing that I love about Blair Witch Project is the setup they had to it as well.
yeah.
Um, which I researched like a couple of years ago. I got into a big, binge on found footage horror films and stuff,
Mhm.
and obviously I didn't know the first time I watched it, but when they first released that film, they had a website and everything, and
Yeah,
they made it so they wanted it to be believable that it was actually real found footage, and
Yeah.
people were freaked the fuck out by that. And it's, to me, it's that raw, visceral, childlike fear
Yeah.
that I adore in horror films. It's been a while since I've had like genuine fear in watching a horror film, which is why I'm now excited to watch the film that you've just
Skin
recommended
and
because
Marine. Yeah.
I'd love that. Um, but I was such a scaredy cat as a kid, which is really funny considering that I love horror.
Yeah.
Um, but I would purposefully watch stuff that I knew was going to scare me because I loved that constant adrenaline that I got from it, basically.
Yeah.
Um, but I think it's why I love found footage films because, especially when when they're well done.
Yeah.
Um, because to me, like, imagine actually finding that footage. Like,
Yeah.
imagine finding people's last moments. It's horrifying. That's a horrifying idea.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, if you've never seen Blair Witch Project before, I suggest watching it and trying to keep in your head, imagining when it first came out, there was a whole website dedicated to these missing persons and the mystery of it and everything like that.
Yeah.
And look at it that way, and you'll enjoy it a lot more. Because it,
Yeah.
it is quite cheesy. I think any old films that you watch now feel cheesy. Like, recently made someone watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original one from the 60s.
Yeah.
They didn't enjoy it because it was campy and cheesy. And I'm like,
Hmm.
yeah, but back in the day, like, that scared the shit out of people. The
Yeah.
Exorcist scared the shit out of people. Like,
If I remember rightly, with the Texas Chainsaw, um, I mean the original movie I haven't watched in such a long time, but I'm
mm,
sure that was presented as not
as a true story.
as a true story. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna say not as a found footage, but as a true story. And this was back in the day where, oh, it says it's true on the TV, therefore it must be true.
Yeah, is the TV's told me it's true, therefore it's true. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
again watching the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, at the age of about 14, at my friend's house,
Yeah.
and there was a whole bunch of us stopping over, and we watched it, and then he lived on some farmland, and
Mhm.
we'd watched this film, and then we were like camping
Mhm.
in on the farmland
Yeah.
afterwards, and we were all shitting ourselves. We were so scared, man.
Oh, I would have been
Like,
there. I would have loved to have been
because
there.
because none of us knew that Texas Chainsaw Massacre wasn't based on a true story, and so we all got into, God, imagine like, oh God, imagine someone just goes on a crazy rampage. Like, you live on farmland, it'd be so easy for someone to come out here and kill us.
Yeah.
And no one would know, and stuff like that, and just really got in each other's heads.
Yeah.
It was so much fun.
That's it about that those things. On the found footage lines, Creep. Have you watched it?
Which one? Sorry.
Creep, it's called.
Um, is that the creep with the guy who meets up with someone off of like
Yes.
Craigslist? Yes, I love that film
So
because
he
I know
want
there's two films called Creep. That's all. So I always
yeah,
want to
one of them takes
clarify
place on
which
a
one.
train, doesn't it? It's a subway
London
horror.
Underground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so so yeah, the one I'm referring to, a guy, he basically pays a videographer essentially, um, to record. I think it's like the messages and the life of this guy, the character of Joseph, who's played by
Yeah.
Mark Duplass, I think he's called, um, who is feigning basically dying of an inoperable cancer.
Mm.
Um, the one thing that sticks with me with that movie is the axe chop, the noise of the axe hitting the guy's head at the very end. It's just a
Yeah.
thud. It's
It's
just a thud.
the bits that stick with me in that film is how it gets you with such easy things.
Hmm.
Like getting jump scared by someone literally hiding behind a rock to scare his friend.
Yeah,
They do
yeah,
it so well. It is a creepy like it gives you genuine fucking creeps. Like this guy is so weird, and the whole thing that they go through with it, and oh yeah, just again, it's that I like thing. My preference in horror is things that could actually happen.
yeah,
So you know, people just randomly attacking people with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
Nothing supernatural. It's just a axe murdering family. And that's why I loved Creep so much, because it's such a real moment of
Mhm.
like, you saw on Craigslist that someone wanted to pay you to film film and edit a nice video for him. It turns out this guy is an absolute fucking weirdo and he's actually trying to kill you.
Yeah.
Like, it's how we were all taught the internet works. Don't meet up with strangers off the internet because they're gonna kill you.
Yeah.
Um,
Um. Yeah, and with that one, he it's so easy to empathize with the guy behind the camera,
yeah,
the character Aaron, I think you call him, um,
yes,
in that movie because he's obviously like super uncomfortable and super weirded out, but he's like, this guy's just paying me to, to watch these, to record his life for his dying kid.
mm,
Um, but all along you're thinking, like, this guy's just not fucking right. There's something so incredibly wrong with him. And then
mm,
obviously it all comes to the end of it. In the end, as obviously the character of Joseph's getting too much, so Aaron leaves and uh, they decide to get together again. But that's to me it's one of my favorite found footage movies because I know it's technically not presented as found footage. It's sort of,
mm.
but it is kind of. It's
It is at
from
the
a
same
candid
time.
camera
Yeah.
perspective. Yeah. Um.
Did you ever watch the sequel to that film?
Yes, I did with the horror. Was she? She's a horror YouTuber or something, or some.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
She really wants her like career with whatever it is that she does to kick off.
Yeah.
Um, I personally rated it. I know a couple of people who don't rate it and say that it's just a cheap cop out to get a bit more money out of the franchise.
Yeah.
But I personally I enjoyed it.
I did. Yeah. I was on the side of enjoying it. I found that I love the fact that um the videographer or the lady doing the sort of the video
Mm.
was sort of trying to match the level of creepiness and weirdness
Yeah,
by like, oh yeah, I'll just get naked and get in the bathroom. I don't care. Like,
yeah,
um, really pushing the boundaries of the Joseph character, who's now called Aaron, and we won't
yeah.
explain why he's called Aaron because you should watch it. But pushing that boundary, and you can see that he's now feeling the creepy guy who makes people uncomfortable is now feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And
That's some of my favorite moments in that film are when she pushes him and it drives him insane.
yeah, because he's never felt that. He doesn't understand that that's how he's
Mm.
making like the people around him feel, or that's
Yeah.
how he's made people feel historically, that those that he's stalked and obviously eventually murdered and
Mm.
but um and then I mean there is some in the found footage genre. There is some garbage, I have to
Oh,
say.
absolutely. No, there definitely is. The one film that I will defend in the found footage genre is the first of the series, which is what's the series that I'm thinking of? My brain's
Paranormal
gone blank
Activity.
again. Yeah, I don't care
Yeah,
what anyone says. I will defend the first and the first only Paranormal Activity movie with my life.
yeah.
I'm
Well,
writing essays on why this film is good.
yeah. Well, that's good because I was gonna rebuttal and say the flying baby really ruined it for me in the second one. But
Oh, the sequels are so laughable and they're
yeah,
so crap, and I
it's
hate them.
it's because
Um,
the mystery of it being found footage and portrayed as real
yeah,
um
it's
is
lost.
gone. It's
It's
gone.
yeah. But no, the first one I remember I went to the cinema to see that,
Yeah,
and me and my friend were so like not properly scared, but we'd got put it this way, we'd gone into the cinema in pure daylight and come back out at night, and we had
yeah,
to do a big walk across a dark car park, um, and then a field to get to his car.
Yeah.
Because he decided not to park in the car park. We parked in a car park of a local Asda instead and
Hmm.
walked over. Um, and the whole time, both of us were like, haha, that film wasn't scary.
No, we're
Lol.
brave.
So we had to come up with like ways to take the mick out of it to keep ourselves from getting scared. And then a couple of nights later, after seeing it, I went to stop at my boyfriend at the time's house, and he lived in the attic of his house.
Yeah.
Um, and the stairs used to make noises in the night, and
Oh
the amount
no.
of times that I woke him up because I was like, "Nope, lights gotta go on. The
I'm
lights
afraid.
gotta go on.
Yeah.
I'm freaking out right now. I'm hearing noises that aren't there."
Yeah. So stinkers of the found footage genre then. Obviously we mentioned the any and all sequels to Paranormal Activity. Um I just thought of a really good one actually. For fuck's sake. Why is my brain like this? Um have you ever seen The Fourth Kind?
Um, I feel like I have.
Hmm.
Do you know when you're like, I've definitely watched a film, but maybe my brain's just saved me a bit of power by pushing the memory of it out.
Yeah. So The Fourth Kind is a paranormal. It's kind of a hybrid movie. So I think it's Ali. Is it Mia Jovovich or Ali Lara? I can never remember. Uh, it's Mia Jovovich, and basically
Mm.
it's about this unsolved mystery in Alaska. About a bunch of disappearances that's taken place over like 4 decades, and
Mm.
it's supposedly this, this federal like government wide cover story, and it's presented as a true story based around this doctor, um, but it's got found footage mixed in of. There's Mia Jovovich's character who's playing the doctor, but then it goes to found footage of another actor playing that doctor, and it's presented as, oh, this is the actual footage that
Oh
took
no, I
place.
don't like that.
Um, Obviously, it came out to mm, it came out obviously that it wasn't actually real, because why would it be? Because that's
Mm.
stupid. But
Yeah.
that, for me, it was a good example of a hybrid found footage movie, because it added to the realism, being like, haha, this is a movie based on a true story, but also we're gonna prove to you that it's a true story by mixing in this found footage, and using these kind of gone very real, very unknown actors to play the real versions of the people in this story.
Yeah.
Um, Stinkers, then, I have to say, uh, Alien Abduction, the McPherson tape.
Oh God, I forgot that existed. Yeah.
Hmm. So a family
Yeah.
gets together at like Christmas. I don't know if it's Christmas or New Year, but and then
Yeah.
it seems supernatural at first, but then what ruins it for me is they're all sat having dinner, and then there's a big glowing red light appears outside, and a load of tall green guys walk in and just pick the family up like by the hands, and just hold hands and walk out. And then
Yeah,
it
I'm
kind of puts pictures of each member of the family up, saying, "Oh, if you've seen this person, call this number." Like, it's a good example of a found footage movie, but it's
mm,
a bad found footage movie.
yeah.
Mm,
Did you ever watch the sequel to Blair Witch Project, which was just called Blair Witch? It was like
um,
2015, 16.
I did I watch that one?
It's like it's supposed to
Yes,
be one of I think it's the girl from Blair Witch Project. It's supposed to be her younger brother trying to solve the mystery.
yes, I did watch that,
Oh,
because they also
that
made a
was
game about it as well, at the same on the
oh,
same story. Yep,
did they?
yep.
Well, I didn't know that.
Me and Ghost sat and played through it. It was, well, because we played it basically just after it came out.
Mm,
Um, it ran like garbage. Um,
mm,
so I don't think we got the full effect. But yeah,
mm,
um, I think because that's the one where it's the guy who he finds he finds a video online, doesn't he? And he's like, oh, I think that's my sister, and then it all sort
Yeah,
of yeah, I've seen
it
that one.
takes some friends to go and like try and solve the mystery, and then they manage to put like really weird things. I don't know. It's just weird, and I didn't enjoy it, and it was a very like obvious ending as well. And I was
Yes,
like,
yeah,
this is so. And not only that, but the found footage effect of it was garbage. Like,
yeah.
because I can't even remember if it fully used found footage or if it spliced
N-
scenes in as well.
No, I think it's spliced, but I think also the found footage they used.
It was too crisp, too
It
clean,
yeah,
too.
it was definitely a film camera that they kind of
Mm,
overlaid a bit of a candid found footagey sort of effect to it, rather
yeah,
than just using like a cheap camera that these characters would probably actually have.
yeah.
Yeah. It's still, I mean, it was entertaining. I wouldn't say it was very particularly good,
Yeah, it's not
but
the worst film I've ever seen,
no,
but
but
I'm not in a
there's way
rush to
better.
watch it again. Yeah.
Mm-mm. Like, watch the first two Blair Witches, mainly the first one, but um,
Oh God, no, yeah, I forgot about the second Blair Witch. Oh, I need
yeah,
to rewatch that.
which is Book of Shadows, I think it was called.
Book of Shadows. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it. Oh, maybe that's the start of Blair Witch then. Maybe he goes on a website about the book. Like he hears about the Book of Shadows stuff, and I think yeah, maybe he's YouTube deep diving or something, and he comes across a conspiracy channel that's talking about Book of Shadows, and that's how he's like, oh, I think that's my sister.
yeah, and it's an interesting watch. Still not a patch on the first one, but again, sequelitis.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, definitely.
unfortunately. But I think the found footage genre as a whole. I mean, probably the most infamous found footage movie of all time is Cannibal Holocaust.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
Again, a bit
because
of a controversial one.
yes, now the director of that movie had the actors sign NDAs to not make
Mm,
public appearances for a set
yeah.
amount of time after that film, and that ended up being a court case because they thought it was actually these people were actually just dead.
Yeah, yeah.
um, which is a
There
bit of
was
a weird one.
many years of like, was this actually a snuff film or like, what happened? Hello, like,
Yeah.
did I genuinely just watch a snuff film? And in fact, that's so I only really got into like 60s, 70s, very early 80s horror films because of the same boyfriend that got me into gaming.
Hmm.
And one of the first films that he ever showed me was Cannibal Holocaust,
Yeah.
and I was like, cool. Wish you hadn't have shown me that. That one's a bit.
Mm,
That one's a bit different. A bit
yeah. It's not. It's in that weird middle ground of the horror iceberg
yeah.
where it's shocking because it's
It's
too real almost.
also the other bit of controversy to it was the animal cruelty side of things.
Yes.
So big old like thing to anyone who's listening who's considering watching it. Um, you might not be too bothered about the fake snuff film side of it, but the animal cruelty in it is very real.
Yes.
Because it's a time where there weren't really many laws about that. Like, as far as I'm aware, the laws were kind of lax.
Yeah.
But they were the scenes that made me go, oh, oh no, that was definitely real.
Yeah.
Didn't enjoy that part of it.
It's not one for the vegans, I'd say.
No,
Um,
definitely not. God no.
but um, but yeah, I mean, it's worth mentioning just as being the um, I think probably the primo sort of found footage movie um in presentation as well as content.
Mm,
Um, so I guess from the highs of good found footage and sort of the middlings of bad found footage, I want to sort of touch on bad horror. Now, bad horror not in the sense of, this is going to sound weird, bad horror, not in the sense of good horror. So there are bad horror movies that are really
Of
good,
course.
and they're bad
Yes.
because they're cheesy and camp. I'm talking
Yes.
about movies that are terrible. They're
Yeah.
awful, not just because of the content, but because of things that enrapture those movies. And this is probably a little bit deeper into that iceberg of horror. Um, where we're gonna think about shock films.
Mm.
Now, they do exist, unfortunately. Um, there are movies that utilize, and I guess I'll mention one. There's a series of movies called Faces of Death. Now, the original came out in 1978 and it was basically a collation of different ways people could die. Now, that movie was recorded under the guise of someone doing basically, it was their scientific exploration into mortality, but it mixes real and fake footage.
Mm.
Now, bad movie because I mean it's exploitative to start with, but there are shock films that do have some gravitas to them and some nuance. Faces of Death, not one of them, but worth mentioning because it exists inside of that horror space. Another one is a Serbian film.
Oh, I had a feeling you were going to bring up Serbian film. I didn't want to be the one to bring it up because if we're going to talk about cannibal holocaust and the snuff element of that, a Serbian film is a film that I would always violently tell people to stay away from
Yes,
with my whole chest. Like, don't let your curiosity get the best of you like it did with me. I
yeah,
think I suffered. I don't think I ever finished it. Put it that way, and it was just it shouldn't exist. It should not exist.
no. So worth mentioning, it's not real, but the content of that film is not just it's not only snuff. There is also children uh
Mm.
part of it, and it's someone's attempt at a shock film so shocking. Like this film makes the human centipede look like Winnie the Pooh. Like
Yeah.
um but again, a film um a film that exists. Can't really go into too much detail on it. Um
Yes.
other
It's.
movies, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, to me, it's the epitome of how I imagine edgelord minds work. You know, you talk about edgelords on the internet who will just say anything for the most controversial things you can think of and the most shock horror things you can think of because that's funny. That
Yeah.
whenever I think of edgelords, I think of that film.
Yeah. Um and I mean, I don't even know if it's TOS for me to mention anything lower than that in the horror iceberg.
Yeah.
But there are horror movies out there that are so. What I would say is if you're interested in learning and aren't squeamish about hearing about it, there are many videos that explain horror icebergs.
Yeah.
They won't show you it, but they'll tell you about it, tell you what it is, tell you what it contains. Watch those if you're curious. I've watched icebergs. I haven't gone any further down the horror iceberg than things like Pink Flamingos and Cannibal Holocaust and a Serbian film, because they're kind of on that same sort of sub level,
Yeah.
but you can go down and there's things like Necromantic and there's Guinea Pig and Snuff R73. All these movies that are like black. What was that?
No, I just giggled to like, yep, yep.
Yeah, these are movies that are they are for that they are mostly real. or if they're not, they're very graphic depictions of real things.
And the ones that say they aren't real are questionable. Like,
Yeah, like it's questionable as to whether even having those movies is a crime or not. That's how
yeah,
bad some of these can be.
yeah. I mean, even with like Serbian film, I refused to be the one who downloaded that. I was like, absolutely not. I don't know if this is legal. Like, I'm not being the one caught out watching
No.
that.
So
Uh,
I mentioned Faces of Death being a um like this anthology of people dying and all that sort of thing.
hmm.
There is one called Traces of Death. Now, this sits layers below in the horror movie iceberg, and
Hmm.
this is where you have the movie is all real. It is all real footage. Um, but yeah. On the flip side, though, things that we do want to talk about in this horror movie iceberg, which I'm sorry that I've kind of bent it into a horror movie iceberg, but the Human Centipede. I have to
Yeah.
talk about this. That movie to me, obviously, it was a shock film originally. That movie has so many draws and comparisons to Nazi Germany and conforming, and it's it's so much. Um, having watched the film a few times, having watched essays on the film,
Mm.
going back into it with the mind of look out for these things
Yeah.
has me sort of. I have a real appreciation for that movie now.
Yeah. Me too. I think it's not underrated, but I think it's misunderstood. I think people just take it for the shock value that it was, and like you say, haven't looked into a lot of the things around it. And I think it's great personally. It's a film that I do love. I have a soft
Yeah,
spot for it, definitely.
yeah. But there are two sequels to it, neither of which are worth watching, in my
No.
opinion. Um, the second one is just. I mean, the film was so sick it was put into black and white, like it because they couldn't. It wasn't allowed to be released unless it was in black and white. And the third one is just kind of like it's kind of parodying itself with
Yeah.
how crazy and silly it is. Um,
But I kind of like that at the same time. Like
yeah,
I enjoy a series of horror films that doesn't take itself too seriously and
yeah,
can mock itself in a sense,
yeah,
um, without going too over the board, silly, and just becoming scary movie.
yeah, yeah, exactly,
Which I
exactly.
still do love, by the way, and I know it's a comedy, but it's still a horror in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, Scary
It's
Movie 1 and 2, some of I love those. I love both of them. Um,
yeah.
I can't say a massive amount for what comes after the fact.
No, because
Um,
the Wayans brothers weren't involved, and therefore they were
yeah,
crap.
yeah, they did kind of become sort of a mockery in and of themselves.
Yeah,
But yeah, they kind of stepped out of parody and
yeah,
became they were just ridiculous, and
yeah,
it took away from the charm of the first couple of movies where it was very
yeah.
referential and very self-aware.
Mm.
Um, and then I guess breaking into that sort of similar similar space where we have the likes of the Human Centipede and those kinds of movies, we have sort of the middling to the tip of the iceberg of horror where we've already mentioned the likes of Halloween,
Mm.
Nightmare on Elm Street. Now, I I enjoy the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I enjoy all of them except
Hmm.
from the remake because I
Yeah.
think unfortunately for me, I'm too glued to Robert England playing Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Um, but then you have obviously your Child's Plays. Um, the likes of Child's Play and obviously Halloween and the modern Halloween movies. Which, by the way, what did you watch the more modern trilogy?
I watched the first one, I think. I definitely, yeah, I think just the first one.
Hmm.
Um, of the latest, so like the one that was
Yeah,
2018.
yeah, the
Yeah,
David Gordon Green ones. Yeah.
yeah. I only watched the first one of that.
Hmm.
Um, and the only reason I haven't watched the sequels is just pure. It's just on my to do list. It's got
Yeah,
nothing to do with how I felt about the first one. It's just I got a big watch list, and I actually don't spend as much time as I used to watching stuff anymore.
yeah, yeah.
Um, but I mean, again, it's one of those films where it's not a bad film, but I'm not in a rush to watch it again.
No, I see. I really enjoyed all three of them actually.
Yeah,
um, uh, just because they were just fun, and I'm never gonna say no to more Jamie Lee Curtis
yeah,
because
obviously.
as the character of Laurie Strode, but also Jamie Lee Curtis is just a boss mommy. Like
Yeah,
what
just like
what a person she is, honestly.
amazing person.
She's just a
Um,
lovely person, and she was in a movie me and Ghost watched recently, called Everything Everywhere All at Once.
yes, and I really need to see that film, and I think it's finally come on Amazon Prime.
Yeah,
Um, and I've been meaning to watch it. I've heard such good things about that, but I've also heard that I'm probably gonna cry a
Y-
lot.
yeah. Me and Ghost watched Everything Everywhere All at Once, and I'd kind of seen it, saw it was winning awards, and I thought, oh, let's check it out. And me and Ghost ended up glued to the screen watching that movie because
Yeah.
it was so pretty. The costume design in that, I know it's not horror, but the costume design in that movie was just impeccable. The acting was incredible. Like, oh, I've never felt so like positively about
Mm.
a movie um in recent memory than I felt about that. Everything is just it's like it is chef's kiss. It's such a wonderful film.
Yeah.
Um and funny as well. It keeps you it's long. It is a long film, but it keeps you
Mm.
hooked. It keeps you interested, and there's always something to enjoy. And then I guess on that, then let's go into because I mean that's a an Asian movie.
Mm.
Parasite. Have you seen it?
I haven't. I discussed
Oh,
that with friends today.
Link,
The problem
Link.
is, I got it suggested to me so often that the neurodivergent brain went, you know what? No, I'm not fucking watching now.
Me
I've had
with
too
Rick and
many
Morty.
people. Yeah, if people push stuff on me too much, my brain goes, no, I'm never gonna form an interest in it,
Okay,
even if I want to. But no, again, I know I need to watch it. I have heard amazing things about it, and again, it's on my watch list.
okay. Well, in which case then I won't recommend Parasite. It's a great movie, but because you've been recommended it so many times, I'm doing you a favor here. Moving on to another incredible Asian horror film then. Audition. Now,
I've never heard of that.
a lot of people don't like it because it's kind of a bit shocking and a bit gruesome, and I mean there's an acupuncture scene in it, but like a violent
Oh.
acupuncture scene. But basically, the premise is a guy's looking for a female partner and runs auditions
Hmm.
and becomes infatuated with this lady, and she ain't quite right in the head. Let's just say that.
Oh.
um, a great film. Obviously, I wouldn't say it's anything an introductory horror fan should watch, um, unless really curious. But if you like horror, give that a watch. Another one, same space, Asian horror, Train to Busan.
Oh, I love that film, and
Yeah.
that is one that I don't know if they have remade it or if they're in the talks of remaking it. But either way, I'm not going to acknowledge a remake exists.
No,
Sometimes things don't need to be remade, and people
it's
can
too
just learn
modern.
to read. They need to read subtitles. Just learn to read subtitles. I
Mm.
swear to God. Or if you're dyslexic and you don't do well with subtitles, the dub version exists.
Yeah.
I'm sick of everything every fucking foreign film nowadays having an American remake. It
Yeah,
isn't necessary. Like, just appreciate the cinema as it is.
yeah,
Stop putting American twists on it. I swear to God.
yeah, because it's kind of it takes away so much from the original, and there is another franchise, and it's not it's a Spanish horror franchise, but um that suffers from the same, and I'll talk about it in a sec. But with Train to Busan, everything in that was just it was fantastic. Yes, it's a zombie film, and yes, zombie films did get overdone and became very one track and boring. But this one has a lot. There's a lot in there
Yeah,
that you'll like, even as a fresh horror fan. If you
yeah,
just want to see, if you just want to have a good time with a genuinely good zombie horror movie, Train to
yeah.
Busan is the movie I would always recommend.
Love
Um,
that film.
Likewise, Squid Game, obviously
Yes,
massively popular, and I'll be surprised if people haven't seen it. But if you haven't, watch it. And then also, not not Asian, but um, Black Mirror as well.
I haven't
Bec-
watched the full of the new series yet. I got 2 episodes in, and that's just because I'm wanting to treat myself.
Mhm,
Space
mhm,
it out. I don't want to binge watch it all in one night and then have nothing to watch.
mhm. I did that, and I agree. I think leaving that a bit and just enjoying it, just going through it and enjoying it because it's a ride. Same with Love, Death and Robots. It's a
Yes,
ride.
yes. Um, and if we're gonna talk about TV series as well, The
Mhm.
Haunting of Hill House for me
Oh
was
yeah,
that is it's so good, and I can't recommend it anymore. Like, and I've rewatched it 3 times,
yeah,
and both rewatch times I saw things that I didn't see in the time that I watched it before that.
yeah. Because you kind of like,
And
is that a face?
yeah,
Like,
and then being like, whoa, hang on a minute, I didn't notice that the first time that I watched it. What the hell? And then also the second time that you rewatch it, sorry, the first time you rewatch it, I should say, you kind of realize how foreboding every little detail is for
mhm,
the I really don't want to talk about it too much in case people
yeah,
haven't watched it, because I want you to enjoy the roller coaster that it is. But
yeah,
so much is foreboding in that series, and it's genius to me. And one of my favorite episodes is the episode where I'm pretty sure like it's like half the episode was a single shot take.
yeah,
Love that. It's you'll if you haven't watched it, you'll know it when you get to it, and it is an incredible episode.
yeah. So I think, I mean, fucking hell. I said, oh, the show's going to be roughly 3 hours. We've been live for 2 hours, 45 minutes. And this is just gestures. This is just the first segment. So I think we might have to, a bit later, we might have to cut back on a little bit, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Um, I wanted to, if you'll be so accommodating, I wanted to run through the movies on my horror movie list, of which there are 32 that I rated as 10 out of 10.
Okay.
Um, and I want to just see maybe if you've seen them, feel free to give your thoughts
Mhm.
because I'm always curious because this rating out of 10 for me is it gets the first five is how well I think it did what they were trying to do, and the other five was
Mhm.
my opinion on it.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and this covers movies and TV series.
Okay.
So, first on the list, and we'll go from we'll go through the age. We'll go chronologically. So, 1973, The Exorcist.
Amazing film.
Eh,
Um, to me, one of those ones that I think in modern cinema suffers because people don't find it scary
mhm,
and they don't understand. I think people struggle to put themselves in that time period, and understanding why it was. People fainted watching that film.
yes,
People had to
yeah,
be
they did.
carried out of cinemas watching that film because it was terrifying. And I think that's what I appreciate about it, that it was so beyond its time.
Yeah, it is. Next, 1974, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original.
Again, 10 out of 10. I
Mhm.
beg you, if you've never watched it, imagine it's the 70s. You haven't seen modern horror, and just think about the visceral fear that people felt of being told that this was based on a true story and fully believe that.
Yeah.
Uh, the acting is a bit a bit much in some places,
Yeah.
but again, it's the 70s. Put your mind in the 70s and
Yeah.
you'll love it. You'll love it.
Yeah. And particularly your mind in the 70s for a low to zero budget movie because it had
Yeah.
that movie had no real backing. Um, okay, 1978 Halloween.
Again, it's a 10 out of 10. It is, to me, that's still a scary film.
Yeah.
But again, if you're into more modern horror, put just all of these ones that are before modern horror, just put yourselves in the shoes of someone watching that for the first time. And this was new. It was ahead of its time, and to me, incredibly well written. The character of Michael Myers is
Mhm.
just a chef's kiss as a character.
Yeah.
Daddy Myers, we love
Daddy
him, we
Myers.
stand him.
We do.
Yeah.
Choke me, throw me out of a window, pin me to a wall with your knife.
Yep. Let's go.
Same year then, Dawn of the Dead.
Oh my god. I don't know how, but I always forget about Dawn of the Dead, and then I'm reminded of it, and then I'm like, God, I'm a fucking idiot for forgetting that exists. Because
Yeah.
again, that to me, that is Chef's Kiss peak horror.
Yeah.
That's whew, this is my era. The 70s is my era.
Yeah. It is, and probably the finest of the Romero zombie movies. Not to say any of
Yes.
the others. Well, I say some of the others were really bad, but
Yeah. Some of them were stinkers, but
yeah. Night of the Living Dead would also be on there. But I think at the time of making the list, I hadn't. It had been a long time since I'd seen it, so I'd need to go back and revisit it so I could re-rate that movie.
yeah.
Um, okay, a year later then, and I do have a comment on this. Alien.
Mm. That to me is just 10 out of 10 cinema
Yeah,
across the board. Like, no matter what, some people would call it an action film rather than a horror film. And I don't care where you place it, it is one of the best films to exist. Period.
yeah.
Full stop.
So obviously, a lot of people remember Alien for the xenomorph.
Mm.
Now, fun fact: the movie has a runtime of 116 minutes, of which the xenomorph is only in for 4 minutes of that entire runtime.
That's
Yet
how
the
good it is.
yeah, the xenomorph, the alien is such. The movie is it's not even like sci-fi monster. It's more isolation horror. Is how
Yeah.
that one is to me. And also, I mean, Sigourney Weaver um, digitally removed her bush because she refused to shave it, which I think is just incredible. She's also super strong and super sexy in that movie. Like, not even like outwardly, it's like sexy because she could bench press me. Like, such a strong female lead character. And such a great actress as well in Sigourney Weaver. 1980, The Shining.
Fantastic. And if you've never read the book, read the book,
Yeah,
please. Like, you want a book that genuinely scared me whilst reading it was that.
Stephen King hated that movie.
Did he?
Yes, that movie was
Wow.
fucking critically panned when it first came out. But then people started to see the nuance in it and,
Yeah.
enjoy the performances. The performance, particularly Jack Nicholson
Mm.
as Jack. Is it Jack Torrance? Uh,
Yeah. The
um,
one. Sorry, go on.
no, I was just sort of confirming in my head that it was Jack Torrance.
Yeah, you're
Was his
making
name?
me question myself, but yeah. The one thing that I hate about that film is the knowledge that Shelley Duvall suffered greatly on that set.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's the one bitter thing for me, like about that film, and it's probably why I've not watched it in a while because she didn't deserve that.
No, so there are, yeah. I mean, there are some. and I should probably mention them a bit later. Movies where um, really enjoy the movie, but there are reasons why I won't go back to them.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
okay, 1981, The Evil Dead,
Oh
another
my
10 out of 10 movie.
god, yes, definitely another 10 out of 10 movie. Fully agree with you. Um, and side note, its remake is a remake that I actually enjoy,
That's
which isn't,
interesting.
yeah,
I,
which isn't a very common thing for me.
no, so I hated the remake, but
Really?
yes, but what I will say is I went to watch Evil Dead Rise, and that movie is fucking great.
Yes, I
Uh,
haven't watched it yet, but I've been told.
yeah. Um. Okay, 1982. Probably, if we were taking Chucky out of existence, probably my favorite horror movie of all time, The Thing.
Yes, I was really hoping you were going to bring the thing up. When you brought up Alien, I was like, God, I hope Thing comes into this.
Yeah.
That genuinely terrified me the first time I watched it.
Yeah.
That again, it's that isolation, paranoia
Yeah. It's the
film.
not knowing. Yeah, the not knowing who. Uh, if your friend is actually your friend is
Yeah,
um, and they're all against each other and they don't know how to deal with it because they're in such a strange situation and they're completely isolated. Oh, it's such a good film. The
yeah.
remake or the remake slash sequel doesn't do it justice. Watch the
I
original.
haven't watched it. I haven't watched it. I refused to because
Okay,
it's one of my favorites.
fair enough. Okay, going forward 2 years to 1984, Gremlins.
Yes, people don't consider it a horror film. It's a
It
dang horror film.
it's
I
a
don't
fucking
care what
great
anyone
horror film, and
says.
Gizmo is
It's
one of the
amazing.
cutest characters. I love Gizmo.
But do you prefer Gremlins or Gremlins 2?
Oh, Opus just called Gremlins a Christmas movie. Sorry, I'm just having a crisis. Because he's absolutely right. Oh
He is.
no.
But a
Um,
Christmas film can also be a horror film.
yeah, I mean, Black Christmas, Silent
Yeah.
Night, Deadly Night.
Krampus,
Yeah,
you know?
Krampus, indeed. Yeah. Um. Oh, Gremlins or Gremlins 2. I've got to give it to the original. They're both.
To me, it goes to the sequel.
Yeah, I could just as easily put the sequel in because it was just it. It was more. It
Yeah.
was more. There was more to it. It was beefed up. There was a lot more gremlins on display. There was a lot more chaos.
Mm.
You start to see more of each gremlin's personality as well, where
Yeah.
there wasn't as much carbon copy and paste. But it goes to the original purely based on the fact that it's the original. That's it for me. Um,
Alright, I can respect that.
4 years forward, 1988, and controversially, a Studio Ghibli movie, Grave of the Fireflies.
I don't want to talk about that film. I'll cry. Oh
Yeah,
my god, it's a
well,
great. It is. It's a great film, and I love it. But I also fucking hate it because it broke me, and I refuse to watch it again.
yeah, it breaks my heart. I mean, me and Ghost have watched that a few times, and I always remember one time we were laid in bed together, and Ghost turned to me and was like, "Are you crying?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course I am."
Well, that film. So my brother watched it first, and I'm like I said earlier, I'm a younger sibling,
Yeah.
and my brother was like, "Oh, I'm gonna watch this film. You should watch it as well because it's Studio Ghibli." And
Mm,
then he texted me a couple of hours later just to tell me that he loved me, and I was like, "All right,
oh,
weirdo. That's like random. Like we don't say it often. We say it in different
yeah.
ways." And then I watched the film and was like, "I love you so much."
Oh, but you know, I know it's not a horror film, but for me, the situation those children are in is
Yeah.
horrific.
Yeah.
It's horror. It's scary. It's terrifying, the situation that they're in, and it's heartbreaking all at the same time. But
Yeah.
I mean, as traumatic and sad and heartbreaking that film is, it is a really fucking good film.
Oh yeah,
Like it
definitely.
knows what it's doing and it does it perfectly. Okay, 2 years ahead, 1990, Child's Play 2. My favorite Chucky movie. Well, actually, I tell a lie. Not my favorite Chucky movie, but the best Chucky movie, in my opinion.
Yes, I
Uh,
agree.
Um, the first
I'm
one. Sorry, go on.
not as a bigger fan as like I love Child's Play films. Don't get me wrong, but it's not my favorite
No.
of the what I call the classics.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a big appreciation for it.
So I have like an intrinsic connection. I was telling Damien this when he was on the show. Um,
Mm.
where I watched Chucky in a grave error by my parents in renting what they thought was a kids' film. Um, and it was Bride of Chucky, and but it was in the wrong box.
Oh.
So, and I spent probably until I was 13, 14 years old having nightmares every night and being terrified until I was so sick of waking up being scared that Chucky was going to get me that I sat and watched every movie one after the other during the summer holidays. Um, and now I think I've trauma bonded with it. And
If
now
I
it's
trauma
my
bond with
favorite.
it, it can't scare me.
Yeah, exactly. And now Chucky is one of my favorite. Well, it's my favorite horror franchise. Um, Not only that, it's the knowledge of the knowledge of Don Mancini, it being a project of his from when he was a kid that he loved, and now he's made a life out of it. Brad Dourif,
Yeah.
and now his daughter Fiona Dourif is in the movies and shows. Yeah. Um. Okay. 1991, The Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, again, to me, Chef's Kiss cinema. Full
Yeah.
stop. Like
Yeah.
just a must watch. That's that. If I have to have a must watch list, that goes on there.
Yeah.
100%.
Definitely. 1996, and this film started an era of horror. Scream.
Yes, favorite, favorite, and I can't believe we've gone this far and not mentioned it.
Yeah,
Um, Halloween will always be the absolute comfort set of movies for me, which I know some
yeah,
people find weird for me to say that, but horror films are my comfort films.
yeah,
When I can't
same.
sleep, I watch horror films. When
Yeah.
I'm upset, I watch horror films, and that's what the Halloween series is to me. And
Mhm.
then the Scream series to me is like so close to it, but in a different way.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
guess it's daddy issues versus like I like the bad boy. Is the
yeah.
best way that I can put it.
And
But no,
isn't
yeah.
Matthew Lillard? I mean, love that
Oh,
guy.
love him.
I fucking love that guy. But yeah, Scream started an entire era, and to me, Scream epitomizes the perfect slasher horror movie because
Yeah,
it has the stupid college teens, but they're not all just cardboard and empty. They all do have character to them.
yeah.
Um, and there's purpose and there's meaning, there's mystery, there's gore. It's yeah, so good. Now, next one is 1999, and this is going to be. I don't think it's going to be controversial unless people haven't seen it but already know the ending. And the movie
Oh.
is The Sixth Sense. Now, if you know the hook to that movie sucks. If
Yeah.
you watched it, if you were fortunate enough, like I was, to watch it and not know it, it's a fucking
Yes.
great movie.
For me, it's a stinker because I already knew what the twist was.
Yeah,
Um,
that is the problem with that movie because it could so easily be like a 3 or a 4
yeah.
if it's been ruined for you.
I
But
feel like if I rewatched that now and kept in mind the state of mind of you don't know anything, I'd probably enjoy it more.
yeah, yeah,
Like if I could force myself to, like when I watch 70s horror films, I'm
yeah,
like if I sat in my normal brain stance of like this is so cheesy and shit, why was anyone scared of this?
yeah,
Whereas whenever I do watch 70s horror films, instead I think about how it must have felt at the time to see something like this.
hmm,
Um, so I feel like I really need to rewatch that film with that kind of forget that you know the twist, just appreciate it for what it is.
yeah, and that's the issue with that movie, as I said, is it so easily falls over if you don't if you know, sorry, what the twist is already.
Yeah.
If when we're saying the twist, because of course it is Shyamalan, when
Mm.
we say the twist, if you don't know what we're talking about, then you can watch that movie and fully enjoy it.
Yeah.
Um, American Psycho, the year 2000.
Amazing film. Again, to
Read
me,
the book, but yeah, the movie's
yeah,
great.
the movie is so good, and that would be on my recommend list for movies in general,
Yeah,
not just horror.
yeah. And I mean, strictly speaking, not technically horror, but
It keeps
also
the line though, yeah.
yeah, it's a slasher, which is still
Yeah.
technically horror. So, um, okay, 2001. This is probably going to be controversial, but 2001, 13 Ghosts.
No, not controversial. So fucking right. It's such an underappreciated fucking film. I'm
Yeah,
very passionate about this film. Sorry. I the first time I ever watched that film, I near enough pissed my pants.
yeah,
I remember watching it with one of my cousins. We were so fucking scared. Both of us nearly fucking cried. And I can rewatch it a million times over, and it still gives me the chills. Every little bit in it that's like the scary moments is just oh, it's still yeah, I still
I,
oh, I love it. I think
I,
it's great.
I weirdly had a crush on Ghost Titties for a while.
Everyone did. Everyone did.
But again, my boy Matthew Lillard, again,
Yes.
banger after
And I
banger.
I think that's probably the first film that I ever saw him in because I think I watched that before I'd ever watched Scream,
Yeah,
and I fancied the pants off of him in that film.
yeah, yeah,
And then Scream made it worse.
yeah, it does. Uh, Thank you for the lurk, Laurel. Hi, Roomba. Hope you're okay. Okay, we'll go forward 3 years then to what I think is the perfect comedy horror film, Shaun of the Dead.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect British comedy horror. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. The introduction to the Cornetto trilogy. Um, if you don't know what the Cornetto trilogy is, it's 3 movies comprised of Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and The World's End. British horror movies. All good in their own way with their own merit, but Shaun of the Dead is for me the perfect. It sums up British humour. That's what
Yeah.
that movie
Yeah.
does. Um,
Yeah, it definitely
Very
does.
good. Okay, 2006. I've never had a negative reaction to this. 2006, Pan's Labyrinth.
Ooh, yes. A film that I often forget about, and then when I think about it, it's yeah, it's great. Would recommend reading the book.
Yeah.
100% would recommend reading the book.
hmm And if you haven't seen Pan's Labyrinth, ultimately yes, 100% recommend it. Um, it is equal parts um fantastical
Mm.
and terrifying. And the
Uh,
character acting, the monsters, everything in that movie is just, it's so nice to look at. And it's
yeah,
such a good film. Okay.
and it's also just to throw in there, it's Doug Jones that does a lot of the monsters in
Yeah,
that,
he
and
plays
I
the
love Doug
hand man
Jones.
or pale man. What do you call him? Uh,
Yeah, the guy with the pale
Eyes in his
guy.
hands. Yeah, pale man.
He is also the fawn.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Mm.
is he?
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah.
hell. That's insane. Man. Yeah, I love that movie. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that again. Now that I mention it, I'm like gassing over it. I need to watch it again. Um, okay, I mentioned earlier about a Spanish horror film that was remade. This is 2007. It's a Spanish horror movie, Wreck.
I knew it was gonna be Wreck. I bit my tongue because I didn't want to spoil it because
Yeah,
I knew it was gonna be Wreck. I love Wreck.
yeah,
Wreck's one of the first ones that I ever watched with my dad.
yeah,
Like it's how me and my dad had got into like foreign film,
yeah,
but we'd mainly gone towards like Japanese films more than anything.
yeah, yeah,
Um, and I remember watching it with him, and we both loved it, and we both hated the remake.
yeah. So the America or Hollywood remade the movie and called it Quarantine, and it was basically a shot-for-shot remake.
It was
but it
pants. It was
lost
so
everything.
pants, though. Yeah.
Yeah, everything that made it perfect, it lost. Okay, 2007, an anime, Death Note.
I'm gonna say something really controversial. I like Death Note, but I don't think it's the greatest thing that's ever happened to anime, like a lot of people think. I love it. I think it's great at what it does, and yeah, it's great. It's great. It is. But I don't think it's the best thing that ever happened to anime like some people think, and
No.
I get a lot of shit for that.
Yeah. Um. So the the reason for me that that movie stands that show stands out
Mm,
is because it does a really good job at showing the mental anguish, not anguish,
yeah.
sorry, the mental effects of
Mm,
going on an extreme power trip when you feel like you're a god.
yeah.
You've got this newfound power, so but Death Note movie on Netflix, bad.
Oh,
Okay,
terrible,
okay,
terrible, terrible. Don't
yeah,
ever watch it. Don't waste your time on it. If you've never seen it, don't bother.
no, I mean, so many good characters missed out. Like I don't even think they put Nia
Nope.
in the movie, and I know I've got friends who like it, and I can get where they're coming from, but it doesn't stand. It doesn't stand a chance against the anime. And yes, I
No.
don't think it's the best anime in the world, but I think as far as horror anime goes, it's definitely up there. Um,
Oh, yeah.
Fast forward 2 years to Coraline.
Love that. Love that so much. And again, that is one of those things that if one thing I could recommend with it is watch it multiple times
Yeah,
and look harder. Or if you don't want to watch it multiple times, do a YouTube deep dive afterwards and
yeah,
watch these 2 hour long videos on YouTube about Coraline because it will blow your mind.
yeah. I mean, my mind is always blown by stop motion anyway
Mm.
because just how much detail and work it, and it's mad because the film Mad God isn't on this list um of of ones rated out of 10. Now if you haven't
Mm.
seen Mad God is a stop motion movie that was made over the course of about 25 years as a passion project.
Oh.
And it's about a guy who traverses this strange planet full of basically squelchy noises and creepy looking monsters, but it's all stop motion.
Yes. I've
Um,
heard of that.
yeah, it's a sensory nightmare, and it goes on for a bit too long. I felt, but it's as far as displays of stop motion horror and visceral um, audio and sound design,
Yeah.
it's not a 10 out of 10 for me, but it's a good example of stop motion horror.
Mm.
Okay, then from 2009 we moved to 2012 with The Cabin in the Woods. We touched on this earlier.
Yes.
Great
Brilliant.
movie. It's a great
It's
movie.
like I say, it pays homage to so much. It's such a love letter to horror.
It is.
Um, so I love that. For me, it's a 10 out of 10.
It is. Then to 2015 with what may be controversial, another anime. It's Parasite: The Maxim.
I don't think I've seen that.
So, guy gets an alien. There's these aliens that come down and they basically take the bodies of humans
Mm.
and they eat people. And a guy gets an alien inside of him, but it doesn't assimilate properly to his brain, and instead they have to live alongside each other. And it's their learning to deal with that world together of
Yes,
fighting
I
off
have
other.
heard of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it is more sci-fi than horror, but I would still consider it because it's got the body horror, it's got the gore,
Yeah.
you know. Um, Worth watching 100%.
Mm.
If you like anime, it's a much must watch anime in my opinion.
Yeah.
Um, then we go from 2015 to 2017 and we have Get Out. Mentioned that
Again,
earlier. You've not seen
yeah,
it, but
not seen it, but I know I need to watch it, and I know I'm gonna absolutely love it.
yeah. So we'll skim past that, but if you haven't
Mm,
seen it, watch it. 2018, Hereditary.
love it,
If
love
you've
it.
not seen Hereditary, my fucking god, that movie threw me for a loop because I thought that little girl was going to be the main character.
Yeah.
Um, and I'll not say anything more than that, but what a movie! Again, Toni Collette's performance, just
Mm,
it's horror, supernatural horror done perfectly.
yeah.
Um, from 2018, we move to 2019, and we have Parasite. Um,
Again,
I won't
I
recommend
know
it.
I need to watch it.
Okay, then we got again in 2019 another Ari Aster movie, Midsummer.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh,
I know. I'm lacking in these more recent films
yeah,
because I just don't watch stuff anymore. I don't have
no,
I ain't got time for it.
yeah,
You know
no,
what I
that's
mean? Like
fair.
I'm sadly one of those people who sits up until like 1, 2 a.m. gaming. And so
Yeah,
by the time that I get into bed, if I do put something on, it's something I've seen before
yeah,
because I don't want to fall asleep watching a new thing.
yeah. You don't want to miss anything. That's fair.
Yeah.
Midsummer is it's it's a culty
Yeah.
psychological horror film. Oh, it's so good. From cults to more sci-fi then, and probably and the most colorful horror movie on this list, The Color Out of Space.
Oh yes, I'm so glad this has made it on this list. I love this, and the reason that I love it is because to me, it's a film where Nicolas Cage plays Nicolas Cage. I swear to God, they gave that man a premise for each scene that he's in
Yeah,
and let him go. They just gave him, look, this is
yeah,
where we're starting, and this is where we need to get in this scene. You
yeah,
take us on the journey,
yeah,
and
exactly.
it's amazing.
Yeah, and often, I mean, I'll always say like one of my favorite Nick Cage films, obviously apart from Color Out of Space, is Mandy, but then also Willy's Wonderland because a good Nicolas Cage film is one where he doesn't say a lot, but I've got to give it to him in both Mandy and The Color Out of Space. Incredible films. Moving forward to 2021, Malignant.
Not seen
Nah,
it. I'm lacking in the moderns.
that's okay. That's all right. Malignant is a horror film about a malignant growth that becomes a sort of supernaturally powerful person. That
Oh.
there is more to it, but it's fucking wild. It's got insane choreography. It's got insane kills. The movie is just a mad ride from start to finish. Worth watching, absolutely.
Okay, I'll
Um,
put that one on the list.
again to 2021, Chucky season one, the first season of the TV series. It's Chucky. It brings Chucky back at its finest. It introduces a new cast of characters for Chucky to sort of bounce off. It brings everything from characters that you actually care about,
Mm,
characters that at the start of the series you'll fucking hate them because they're horrible people, but they
yep.
show growth and you'll just end up loving them at the end.
Yeah, sold. Anything where I start off hating a character and then grow to love them, I love that.
Yep. Moving on to 2022. Nope. And
Again.
Nope, a Jordan Peele film all
Mm.
about people's love of a spectacle. And you will not know what is going on in that film until it gets closer and closer to the end and
Yeah,
it unravels.
I saw a lot of people who don't usually get phased by films get phased by that film.
Yeah, it's just how do that it's just weird. It's
Mm.
it's so strange, but it's so well presented. Um great acting. Daniel Kaluuya again, just amazing. And then finally, another anime from 2022, and I'm sure a lot of anime fans may agree with me. It's Chainsaw Man.
I've only watched one episode.
Okay, well, watch the rest of Chainsaw Man. That's all I
Yeah,
can say.
I've heard. I mean, I loved the first episode. I absolutely adored it. So I know I'm going to enjoy the rest.
Yeah. Now, that for me, it ended too soon. I needed more of it in my life just because I was enjoying it so much. But
Mm.
yeah, Chainsaw Man, 10 out of 10, horror media. Um, you could probably argue that it's not really horror, it's more action, but, hey ho, we move. But
Mhm.
there you go. That is my 32 that I've seen, and in my opinion, 10 out of 10 pieces of horror media.
Nice. The ones that I knew, I generally agreed with. It's
Yeah.
a shame the back end of it was just me going, yeah, no, I've not seen that yet.
Um, and then I suppose a couple of quick fire, I guess, horror opinions I want to throw out of recent horror films. Cocaine Bear, fucking watch it. It's not a perfect movie. It's not great, but it's a fucking good time. It's
Yeah, I
so good.
again heard that.
Uh,
Heard that. Just watch it. Just low brain power mode. Watch it.
yeah,
You'll love it.
watch it. Um, Megan, another one. Unfortunately spoiled by its studio, removing a
Mm.
lot of the gore and things like that. But good movie. Watch it. Um, Barbarian from 2022. Watch it. And then one finally, let's end on one that you shouldn't watch. I hate that I'm going to say this. No, I don't. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Don't watch it.
I don't want to watch it. I
I, w-
don't want to watch it.
I went into that movie expecting it to be garbage, and I was surprised by how garbage that was. It just kind
Fucking
of.
hell.
I watched it with Gravedigger. That movie just kind of starts and then it ends. There is some good kills in it. There is fucking hell, I just hit puberty. There is some good kills in it. And good gore. Uh, all the characters, I fucking hate every character in that movie. But it's just I can't in any good conscience give it. I mean, it's Winnie the Pooh killing people. I mean, it was never gonna be good. But yeah, I was surprised with how fucking awful that movie was.
Yeah,
And
I can imagine.
yeah, and then of course, last but not least, again, I'll just mention it again, Skinamarink. I just
Yeah.
want to know what other people think about it. That's all for me. Um, but we're now over 3 hours into our 3 hour long show, and that was segment one, everyone. So we're gonna take a quick break, get a drink, and we will be back. I'll probably cut down on the last couple of segments just for the sake of not going on till 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning, but we'll still get through and we'll have a good time doing it. But anyway, guys, we'll be back soon. Get a drink, get a stretch, take your meds if you need to take some meds, and yeah, just vibe, and we'll see you soon. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a good
Hello.
break. Hope you had an opportunity to get a drink and get a walk, get a stretch, all that good stuff. All the stuff that we love to do. Um, I've just gotten lost on what we were going to do. Oh, yeah, it's segment two. Don't even know the format of my own show. How pathetic. But yeah, segment two, everyone. Game show. Now, we usually play a few games, one being a sentence structure game, one being an insults game, and the other one being a wrong answers only. But I thought since we were doing a horror episode, we can do a bit of a brackets game. Now, what I've done is I've created a tournament format, and that tournament format consists of horror characters. And what we're going to do is put them together. We're going to go head to head. Some of the questions, some of it might be like a rapid fire, like, oh yeah, this person's going to win easy. Some of them might be a bit more complicated. And we're going to find out who is the ultimate horror movie killer or horror movie bad guy. Let's so first up, the first match in 16th and 17th seed. It's Leprechaun versus Chucky. Who do you think would
Chucky.
win?
Easy. Chucky. Don't get me wrong. Leprechaun, when I was younger, used to give me the fucking heebie-jeebies. But let's just face it, Chucky's winning that.
Well, it all
And
really depends.
you can fight me on that.
I mean, Leprechaun you can take his... No, I can't fight the corner. Yeah, no, I can't fight
Yeah?
the corner. Chucky wins. Chucky wins.
Yeah, easy. You were
I,
right. Some of these are gonna be quick fire.
yeah, some of them really are going to be quick fire. Chucky moves on. Okay, the second match, the 13th and 20th seed. It's Pamela Voorhees versus the Babadook.
Not the gay icon. No.
who wins? Pamela or the gays?
Oh.
the entire LGBTQIA plus community or Pamela Voorhees?
I'm gonna have to be a traitor and say Pamela, but I'm so sad about it.
Why? Why would you say Pamela against the Babadook? He's an
Because she
icon.
would, because she would just have to tell him off, and he would go skulking away. I'm sorry, but
He would, but in the same token, Pamela Voorhees does get killed at the spoiler alert, does die.
yeah. Spoiler alert for a How Old movie.
Yeah. For fucking the late 70s, I guess, I think. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, see, I don't know, because I think it's that, like, supernatural versus human thing. Because Pamela Voorhees is, like, terrifyingly strong for an old person. But also the Babadook is kind of...
I think she got that energy though. That like, hey, don't disrespect your mother like that energy.
Yeah. Like, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Tail. And he'd just be like, oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, Pamela goes forward. I don't like it, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the entire...
with it either, but
I'm sorry to the entire LGBTQIA plus community, but Pamela Voorhees goes ahead.
yeah.
Okay. Match 3, the 12th and 21st seed. It's Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre versus Sadako from The Ring.
Ooh.
Who wins? The guy...
Now, it's tough because he's strong, but he's also not that quick, I guess. Like, I think she could do some teleportation stuff and mess that man's head up.
Yeah, well, yeah, she can. The thing is, it's kind of it's an unbalanced fight because Sadako can literally petrify people to death. But is Bubba mentally stable enough for him to realize that that's what she does? But
Yeah,
because he is, the
true.
whole thing is he is a... But in the same token, yes, he has the mind of a child, doesn't he? He's not all there.
He could genuinely be scared by her.
Yeah, which gives her the upper hand.
Yeah, because I have a feeling that he was truly scared, he would just start swinging wildly and get a bit discombobulated.
Yeah, like he'd like swing his chainsaw around too hard and fall over.
Yeah, like kind of send
Yeah,
himself off kilter. He's getting that chainsaw stuck in the wall by accident,
yeah. Okay, yeah. The victory's got to go to Sadako then. It's
Hmm.
got to. It's got to. Okay, the next one. Now, the next one's another one that I don't like because the answer for me. Okay, it's match 4 is the 15th and 18th seed. It's Michael Myers against Jigsaw.
Michael Myers. That's easy.
But is it though?
Yeah,
Think
but
about.
Michael Myers got shot what like 6 times, fell out of a window, and then disappeared.
I
Like,
do kind of think he won't get the games, but this is the thing. If he's like, Jigsaw's like, oh, cut out your eye to survive.
yeah,
Either
done,
Michael
easy.
Myers would just do it, or he wouldn't understand it and then die by the nerve gas that's pouring into the room. This is why I'm thinking like,
Would he die by nerve gas? Would
it
he?
depends if it's early era Michael Myers who's psycho or late era supernatural Michael Myers.
That is true. Which instance of Michael Myers are we going
I
for?
think we have to
Because
go, if we're going for original Jigsaw and not Amanda, we've got to go for original Michael Myers. It's got to be human. Well, original Michael Myers was a kid, to be fair. So
well, yeah,
if we
talking
look at the start of
original, he's
H2O,
fucked.
mm, but
Um,
I think if they were fighting each other, right? It's not. This isn't. Would Michael Myers survive a Jigsaw trap? This is. Would Michael Myers beat Jigsaw in a fight? And
he
yes, he
would
would. He would.
break that man in half
Yeah, he would.
in an instant.
Yeah. Okay, number 5. And the first character, and the only character on this list who isn't a horror movie villain, it is the 14th and 19th seed. It is Ash from The Evil Dead
Mm-hmm.
versus Pennywise. I
Oh,
don't think Ash. The thing is, right? This is where I'm coming. This is where I'm going to come from. I don't think Ash would be scared of Pennywise, which means Pennywise has no
yeah.
power.
Yeah, true. But I mean, he might because he might get a little bit scared. It's like because Ash was never not scared. It's just that like he had to deal with shit, so he had to stop being scared.
Yeah, if it's
So like
OG
I feel
Ash,
like
yeah.
I feel like at first Pennywise might have the upper hand, and then Ash would kind of like snap into it.
So that one could go either way. I think so. Pennywise does have the supernatural element, but he needs fear.
Mm.
Now, does Ash survive long enough to not be scared of Pennywise?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's like the
That's
whole thing. And which Pennywise are we going for here? Are we going for Tim
Tim
Curry?
Curry. Tim Curry, the original.
Ooh, oh, he's fucked. He's fucked it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but the Tim Curry Pennywise was fucking brutal. And don't get me
yeah.
wrong, I really enjoyed the It remake.
Bill Skarsgård, yeah.
Yeah, Bill Skarsgård.
He's
I
hot
think
as
they're a
well.
brilliant. Oh yeah, definitely, 110%. Like all of a sudden, I fancy Pennywise.
Yeah.
But no, it's so different.
hmm
And I think Tim Curry was a much more visceral,
hmm
like that childhood fear that I was talking about earlier. And
Yeah.
I unfortunately don't think Ash is making it out of this,
Yeah. Yeah.
which kills me. It kills me inside.
Yeah. I hate to say that, but no, you are right. Right. So we move into round 2, and this is where we get some seeded guys who kind of
Mm.
start in at round 2, just because of the way the bracket was designed. I didn't
Yeah.
design it. I'm using a free website. And according to this, this is a tournament of them all playing Fall Guys. So, um, okay, game 9. No, game 6. Sorry. With the 8th and 9th seed, it's Pinhead versus
Ooh.
Pazuzu from The Exorcist.
Oh, double fuck. Pinhead, I think.
I'm thinking, yeah, because it's the thing is, it's Pinhead is an exploration of sensation, both pleasure and pain.
Mm.
Pazuzu Does Pazuzu feel pain? Yes. So Pazuzu can be exercised away, and I feel like the Leviathan and the power that that grants to the Xenobites
Mm.
is probably enough to overwhelm even a spirit, a demon spirit. But in the same token, I also think Pazuzu would enjoy spending time being taking 50,000 volts to the nipples from Pinhead. So
Yeah, yeah. It might be a tough job, but eventually, Pinhead's
yeah,
winning.
I think Pinhead wins. Okay, game 7. We have Freddy Krueger
Hmm.
versus the Wolfman, Larry Talbot, the Wolfman, who was
Mm,
bitten by a wolf, or is just a werewolf.
yeah. I still think Freddy Krueger.
Do werewolves dream? Well, he's a man, isn't he? So
Yeah,
he
exactly. He ain't
and
sleeping
turning
while he's
into
like that. So
yeah, and if he turns in, so yeah, is it kind of an unfortunate matchup for him because when he comes out of his werewolf state, he is exhausted. He's discombobulated. He basically
yeah.
is hibernating as a human, and I think Freddy would attack and take advantage of
Hmm.
that. Um,
I think mentally he'd be too weak to try and combat that as well.
yeah,
Like from all that exhaustion, he wouldn't stand a chance.
yeah. Okay. Game 8 then. Carrie White versus Jason Voorhees. Does the ability to does telekinesis rule over raw strength? And we're talking Jason Voorhees, not supernatural. We're talking OG Jason
Yeah.
Voorhees, which is 2. Technically, he's supernatural because he was kind of drowned, but then somehow
Yeah.
survived.
But
But
not like
he's
as
raw strength.
silly as it got. Yeah, yeah.
Now, if he catches, and I think this is where we have to include where they would fight,
Mm,
because I think if Carrie could easily trap Jason, as
yeah.
as she did with all of them students in that gym hall,
Mm,
but if Jason gets hold of Carrie, she is just she's just a teenage girl.
yeah. As we know, he could kill those very easily.
Yeah. So six seed Carrie, 11th seed Jason.
Mm.
I think it's gonna be Jason.
I'm still kind of torn because, like you say, she could easily trap him. Like, no,
It's
yeah,
who would strike first.
it's gotta be him. It's gotta be it. Yeah, I think she would put up a very good fight, and it wouldn't be easy for him. But once he got hold of her,
Yeah.
that's it, done,
Yeah.
dead. Yeah.
Okay. So it is 1-0 Jason Voorhees. Game 9. You're not gonna like this one.
Oh God.
The first seed against the 17th seed. It's Ghostface versus Chucky. Now,
Oh no.
unfortunately,
Oh.
Chucky and Chucky wins. I can't say anything else.
And I know he does, and I want to fight the corner of Ghostface because Ghost Bay,
Ghost
favorite,
Bear, yeah,
absolutely in love. However, could definitely see him getting absolutely fucked up by Chucky, and I hate that. I fucking hate that.
yeah,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's Chucky. I'm sad
yeah,
about it.
yeah. I mean, and I'm not. I love Chucky, but um, yeah. Unfortunately, putting a mortal character against a supernatural character is a difficult.
Yeah.
It's a difficult win. Um, Chucky isn't immortal though, and Ghostface generally is a nimble sort of teen to young man generally.
Mm.
Um, Now Chucky's proven to be able to kill those, but
Yeah.
also Chucky has been killed by guns, fans, knives, axes. But he always comes back, but that's because of that's because of dumb in the original movies, that's because of dumb toy companies. So,
Yeah.
but
And
no,
also, if we go from the original Scream movie, Ghostface was very clumsy.
yeah,
And they latch on to that funny part in Scary Movie, and I think it's one of the I think watching Scary Movie made me fall in love with Ghostface even more because I
hmm
love that part of it's just a dude and he's
yeah,
clumsy while he's running after people, and I think that's where Chucky would definitely get it. Like if Ghostface was like a seasoned fighter,
yeah,
he'd have a very, very good chance. But if we're gonna go from OG film, it's a teenager in
yeah,
a costume who's clumsy.
yeah.
So, yeah,
Okay, game 10, the fourth seed against the 20th seed. It's Xenomommy versus Pamela Voorhees, the alien.
Xenomummy,
Yeah,
easy.
yeah,
Mommy versus mommy. I know which one's winning
yeah.
though.
It's Xenomommy. Xenomorph wins every
Yeah,
time. Every time.
absolutely.
That's an easy one. 11th game then. Also an easy one, I think. Fifth seed against 12th. It's Hannibal Lecter versus Sadako from The Ring.
Sadako. Again, it's like you say, you're putting a normal human up
Yeah,
against
he can't exactly eat her, can he?
supernatural. No.
So yeah,
I reckon he'd probably make her go, all right, mate, fucking calm down.
yeah, he'd
Like,
probably
you
freak her
weirdo.
out and be like, "Fucking
Yeah.
weirdo."
And she'd be like, all right, weirdo, time to die.
Okay, now 12th game, second seed against the 15th seed. It's Michael Myers versus Dracula. Now, unfortunately for Michael Myers,
Oh, God.
unless he knows how to deal with a vampire, which he probably doesn't, and his knife probably isn't silver, and it's not a wooden stake, and I don't think he carries garlic around.
Could he snap Dracula in half? Does that count? Would that kill Dracula? Or
Technically, but Dracula
is
can
this
turn into a bat, and he could eat the bat actually, because he does eat animals.
true?
They did find they went into a house and they found on one of the films they found a is it a dog's carcass because he'd been eating a dog, Michael Myers.
Yeah, something like that.
Um, but I think power against power, it's human against. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
I know.
I so Count
Oh,
Dracula. I think unfortunately, Count Dracula would win against Michael Myers.
bastard.
Michael Myers isn't known for ripping people to pieces. He's known mainly for breaking people and stabbing them. If
Well,
he's
that's what I mean. If he broke Dracula's back, you know.
yeah, I mean, but is breaking his back enough? Would you
No,
not have to
it's
sever
not.
his
He
head
would.
and
Yeah, no, it's not enough. And I
um
would like you say, I don't think Michael would know that he would need to sever the head.
yeah. Okay. Sadly, Daddy Myers
Oh.
loses. And then the last match of round 2, game 13, Candyman versus Pennywise.
Candyman.
With
Candyman.
with it, yeah, Candyman probably wouldn't be scared of Pennywise.
He would not be scared of Pennywise, and I can't. I hate myself sometimes. How do I forget what my favorite horror films are until someone brings them up? Side note: if you've never watched Candyman, please watch it.
Yeah,
Please, it is an absolute masterpiece of a film.
it's a great movie.
Mm,
They're all great movies. Even the remake I really enjoyed. That's
mm.
a hydrate from Firefox, so I'm gonna take a sip because my throat is dry. Mm. But yeah, I agree. I don't think Candyman would be afraid of Pennywise, and I
No, he
think
wouldn't.
that fact alone would
Yeah,
give him the upper hand in a 1v1.
yeah.
So then moving into round 3, the quarterfinals, match 14, Chucky versus Pinhead. This is a difficult one for me
Mm.
because Pinhead known for ripping people to pieces, uh, but it's destroying. He's the thing is Pinhead's not known. He's only known for killing people because people have limits. They can only
Yeah,
be hurt so much. They can only bleed so much. Whereas
yeah,
Chucky, you have to destroy his heart. That is how you kill Chucky because he's human inside. He's just supernaturally um, possessed. And if we go off the first movie, as that movie progresses, Chucky becomes more human. So
I think Pinhead would win. I think it would be a
yeah.
long, drawn out kind of thing. I don't think he's going down easy,
Hmm.
and but I do think Pinhead would win that.
Yeah, because it's how do you kill Pinhead?
Exactly.
I
Like,
I mean, again, it's a destroy the body. You have to destroy his body because he's literally an angel or a demon,
mm,
depending on how.
which
Yeah,
perspective? Yeah.
whether you're a top or a bottom, I guess. But yeah, okay. I'm sad, but Pinhead would win.
Yeah. Sorry, my
Okay.
favorites have gone, so yours has to as
Yeah.
well.
15th game, Xenomorph against Sadako. Now, Xenomorph wouldn't be afraid of Sadako, which
No.
I think would grant Xenomorph immunity because Sadako doesn't tend to go for the physical
Yeah.
damage. It's normally petrifying you in fear. Like they're not
Yeah.
like physically grabbing you and breaking your bones and stuff like
But
that.
how do you destroy Sadako though? Like, you know
Um,
what I mean? Like, how would Xenomorph?
well, the assumption here is if we're going off the first film, then it would be destroying the body in
Hmm,
the well. But we would
is the well
assume,
to hand?
yeah, I would
Question
uh, I would say if we're using the first film, then yes, it is.
mark. Okay.
But would Xenomorph realize that was the case?
Yeah.
But in the time that Xenomorph couldn't realize that was the case, could Sadako wouldn't be able to put fear into Xenomorph.
No.
So I think it wouldn't be a victory by death. I think Xenomorph would subdue Sadako,
Yeah.
which they
She'd be
would
like,
get the win.
I'm going back to my well. See you
Yeah,
later. Like,
yeah,
I can't do anything with you.
yeah. So I think Xenomorph wins that one.
Yeah.
Okay, game 16, Dracula versus Freddy Krueger. Now, Dracula has to sleep during the day.
But does Dracula dream?
Hmm.
What are Dracula's hopes and dreams? What are his
Yeah,
aspirations?
what was his main goal in life? Um, Now that's an interesting question.
Because is it sleep as we know it, or is it just slumber, like rest?
Mhm.
Because it's not a human body anymore. Like the only reason that he sleeps during the day is because he can't be out in the sunlight. But does that necessarily mean that he has to rest, or is that he just takes that opportunity to rest?
Yeah, so typical vampires though, they can dream because they're not um soulless animated dead.
Mm.
Um they do have thoughts, personalities. They're not monster types whose bodies are possessed by demons.
Well, yeah, true. If we go by Interview with the Vampire, doesn't Louis talk about dreaming when he rests at night and stuff? Like he dreams of a better life and stuff.
Yeah. So there is
So if we go by that
this
logic,
yeah, but in Dracula's case, I mean, there's nothing that I know of that references Dracula being able to dream. But for all intents and purposes, Dracula is a variant of a human that drinks blood and can turn people um into vampires. So,
mm,
what upper hand would he have against Freddy Krueger?
yeah,
I I just don't think he would have any. I think
no,
Freddy
I don't
Krueger
think he
wins.
would. I think, don't get me wrong, he'd put up a good fight. Freddy
Yeah.
Krueger would have his work cut out for him.
Hmm.
But he would win.
Yeah, and then finally, well, I say finally, the last quarterfinal, game 17, Candyman versus Jason Voorhees.
Candyman.
Yeah, I'm thinking straight away Candyman.
Yeah, easy,
There's no
very
amount of
easy.
raw power that's killing.
No, no.
So Candyman wins. Okay, semi-final time. Pinhead versus Xenomommy. Now,
They're both going to enjoy this fight either way.
yes,
I
but
think in an alternative universe they could be friends.
friend enemies to lovers.
Yeah.
They're boyfriends. um, Pinhead wins this one, I
Yeah.
think.
I agree.
Xenomorph could do some real damage to Pinhead's body,
Yeah.
but Pinhead has the element of
Pinhead would
I
also
can
love it.
summon
So
chains out of the ground to rip you apart, and that
yeah.
kills Xenomorph.
Yeah.
So I think Pinhead moves forward to the final. Um, and then game 19, Candyman against Freddy Krueger.
Ooh. See, now it gets a bit more interesting.
Yeah, because
I think
hmm,
power wise, Candyman would still win, but in my eyes, Freddy would fucking love this fight.
of course he would. Well, he would love it and he would hate it because
Yeah.
he. So Candyman is. Hmm.
It's weird because Candyman almost he's
He.
he's he's a legend more than
Yeah,
anything. He's
he's a
not.
spirit, isn't he? He's not.
Yeah.
He's not a person.
Yeah.
He's a vengeful spirit from, way back when people burned him alive for being. I think he was in a relationship with a white woman, and that's where it all came
Yeah.
from. Because the whole franchise is a take on gentrification,
Yeah, which is,
and racism.
you know,
Yeah.
side note, that's what makes it such a good film.
Yes.
Like, don't just watch it as a horror film, look at the subcontext to it as well. 10 out
Yeah.
of 10.
Definitely. I think Freddy Krueger loses here.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So then, what we'll do before we play the final then is we'll play for the third place.
Okay.
So, Xenomorph versus Freddy Krueger.
Xenomorph. Unfortunately, I don't think Freddy would have much power in that scenario.
Yeah, you don't have power in a non-dreamlike state.
Yeah.
Um,
Um,
because obviously, like the kids, for example, this is the other thing. The kids in Dream Warriors learn that they can, just as Freddy can make up that, he's super scary. He's got super long arms, or he's got needles for fingers. The kids can also imagine their powers.
yeah.
But when they're not afraid of him, when they're not taking when they're taking the pills that stop them from sleeping, Freddy Krueger has no power and has to come to reality where he is severely weak.
Yeah. So yeah,
Um,
I think he'd be fucked, basically.
yeah. So I think on that, I think Xenomorph takes the win. I think Xenomorph is our third place horror bad guy of all time.
Yay, Xenomommy.
And then finally, finally it's the final. Pinhead against Candyman. Now they're both
Ooh.
spiritual beings. Bear that in mind.
Ooh, fuck.
Candyman tends to
Oh.
take the violent murder approach. Pinhead
Mm.
takes the torture murder approach. Now, my question to you, Link, is can Candyman be tortured more than he was than the amount that he's already been tortured to put him where he is
Yeah.
now?
And like I
By a white man? A literal white man? Well, it's not even a man. Like the Pinhead has no gender, but yeah.
Oh my
Hmm.
god. This is a match and a half.
It is, isn't it? It is a
Fuck.
matchup of the century.
Hmm.
Opus, I feel like I need some input. Can you help me? Can you help us
Yeah.
figure this one out?
That's so tough.
It is.
I
Um.
kind of feel like Candyman could be tortured because I feel like his character is as much as he embraces what happened to him, I feel like the reason that he does it's kind of one of those if I build my walls up, you can't hurt me with it scenarios. If we want
Yeah,
to go deep into the psyche of Candyman.
yeah, because Candyman. The thing is, this is the other thing though, is how much damage could Candyman do to Pinhead? Because
Exactly.
Candyman uses a hook. Pinhead loves that shit. Like, there's no
Exactly.
fight there. Like, they are fully aroused.
Mm.
Um, I feel like in this one, I think Candyman. It's so.
It's so yeah. This is a difficult matchup,
Okay,
especially
so
because like Opus, I have a soft spot for Candyman, and I'm sick of all my favorites getting killed off.
yeah. Um. Okay, well, let's look at it like this. What damage could Pinhead do to Candyman? Chains, torture. Because even though Candyman is a vengeful spirit,
Mm.
he can still be physically. Um. His form can still be harmed severely.
Yeah, yeah,
What damage
yeah,
can Candyman do to Pinhead? Now, we haven't seen Pinhead be destroyed. However, we have seen Xenobites be destroyed, and the typical way
yeah,
that a Xenobite is destroyed is by their body being destroyed uh, beyond repair. And Candyman has been known for ripping people to shreds. He can rip
yes.
people to pieces.
But if you rip Pinhead to pieces, does he just come back? Like,
If he's following the law of the other Cenobites, then if you do enough damage to Pinhead, rip him apart, etc., then no, he's not coming back. But it's truly the extent of the damage you'd have to do to Pinhead, because you couldn't just
yeah,
cut their arms and legs
no,
off and that's it. Like,
no. It
Pinhead can peel all of his skin off and be fine. Like,
yeah. I think unfortunately another one of my favorites is getting tossed out.
yeah,
I think Pinhead wins this.
I, as much as I want Candyman to win, I think it's right. I think Pinhead in this is the ultimate um horror movie killer.
Yeah.
Unkillable.
Or the unchallenged. Yeah.
Mm. And I don't think that can be disputed. I think if we pulled, I mean, I don't think there's a character out there who could dispatch Pinhead just
No.
because of the raw power. I mean,
Yeah. No.
the other thing is though, it's I'm assuming here that um once Pinhead has won, I'm just trying to think of how else this could. Hmm. Because you need someone to solve the lament configuration for Pinhead to arrive. So we're assuming in this that's been done.
Yeah.
Um, and assuming in each match the lament configuration is solved by the person that he's fighting, the Pinhead is fighting, then
Mm.
there's already an element of control over it. I'm thinking, yeah, no, I'm trying to like logic a way for Candyman to win. I don't think
It's
there is one.
not.
I think
No.
Pinhead is
It's
just too powerful, and I don't know a single
yeah.
horror character that could kill Pinhead.
No, I don't either. I
Mm,
I think Pinhead is ultimate bastard, basically.
yeah, he's God bastard basically. But yeah, everyone, we've learned today Pinhead is the ultimate horror villain, followed by Candyman, followed by Xenomommy, and then special
Hell
mention to
yeah.
Freddy Krueger.
Yes.
Um, and yeah, as Opus says, they are the horror monster that terrorizes other horror monsters. They can, yeah, they're all powerful. They can torture, and I think in another bracket, in another configuration,
Mm.
where we haven't had the matches we've had. I mean, I'm looking here at who could possibly um hurt Pinhead, and honestly, I think there isn't one. Even
No.
I'm trying to think about Chucky, for example. Again, Chucky's heart just needs to be destroyed, but that would be a good match. I'm biased because I love Chucky, but that would be a good matchup because Pinhead tests the limits of people by causing
Yeah.
severe damage to their bodies, but not killing them, and Chucky could survive that.
Yeah,
But
Chucky could
Chucky
definitely.
couldn't do anything really to Pinhead that would cause any damage.
No.
Um, and that's kind of a bit of an unstoppable force versus a movable object situation. Because even if Pinhead gets tired, which I don't think they ever do, Chucky couldn't force Pinhead to sustain damage. So no, there we go. Pinhead is the ultimate daddy slash mommy slash parent of horror.
Yes.
That was fun. I enjoyed that.
I did too. That was I'm kind of sad. Pretty much all of my favourites got instantly annihilated, but you know what? Candyman did his best.
Mm, I'm sad for the Babadook.
Oh, stop! That broke my heart.
Honorable mention for the Babadook losing to Pamela Voorhees. Just getting mommed out.
Unfortunately, that's just the way I saw it. I don't think
I have to agree.
he's got the balls to stand up to it.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we'll play one more game, and then we'll do some Am I the Assholes.
Mhm.
So, I think we should play Playground Insults. How do you feel about playing Playground Insults?
Let's go.
Okay.
Can
We'll
we
play.
start with? Can we start with what was your absolute favorite stupid playground insult that just no one ever knew how to respond to? Because I've got one, and I still use it to this day, and it's so stupid. And if you get the reference, you get the reference.
See, for me, I don't know. I think it's your nana's bald. That's the problem, because it's like, where does that come from?
Statement of the century. Just yeah, your nana's bald.
Your
Like,
nana's
what?
bald. Your nana gets bullied in the queue at Tesco. I've heard that one as well before.
That's amazing.
Oh no, and
Mine,
it's how do you go back to something that stupid?
mine is the classic. Your dad sells Avon.
Your dad sells Avon. Oh.
Your dad sells Avon. There's no
I
coming back from that.
I actually heard a funny one. It's not really a playground one, but it's someone. What was it? They said, "Oh, your dad wanks on all fours."
Oh,
And I was just like, what the fuck? First of all, what does that even mean? Second of all, how is that possible? And third of all, how the fuck do you reply to that?
they're my favourite ones. Ones where
Yeah,
it's just like, what?
yeah, yeah. So, um, playground insults. We'll play a couple of rounds. It's generally first person to laugh or break will lose.
Oh, I've got to put my serious face on.
Oh, I don't know how good your serious face is. It might be really good. Mine's
It's
fucking
not.
terrible.
I ain't got a poker face, put it that way.
No, me either. Me either. So, would you like to start or shall I?
You start.
Okay. I just need to think of a good one. Link. Your parents hated you so much they bought you Mega Blocks instead of Lego. You laughed already? Already?
Because I love that so much.
You get Mega Blocks instead of Lego?
Oh, such an insult.
It's so
It
fucking
burns.
stupid.
It burns.
Oh, you never got Crayola, you got Rosart crayons.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Right, okay. I'll give you a pass on that one because I can't just have my guests laughing at the first thing that gets said.
Okay. Who cuts your hair at council? Count if I'm laughing at my own.
You shouldn't laugh at your own, but you have a stupid face. Silence, Stefan. It's killing me.
Your mum's dinner lady.
Let me translate that from Yorkshire to English.
Oh, sorry.
What Link said was, "Your mum is a dinner lady." That was my return insult, by the way. Bullying the Yorkshire, how dare I?
Wow.
Thinking really hard, are you?
Thinking really hard. Brain wasn't ready for this.
It's a difficult one. Just think of the stupidest things.
We used to say, only reason you get Sky in your house is because your head's big enough to bounce the satellite signals off of.
Oh, that hurts. I used to get bullied for having a big head.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. I know you are, but what am I? You're trying. You're trying.
It's
so fucking awkward.
stupid.
It's so awkward and stupid. I love it so much.
It's so
That's
stupid.
why I love how awkward and cringe this is. Like, some people hate it. I absolutely bathe in cringe. I fucking love it.
The problem is, all the playground insults we said as kids were just, they're so not. We shouldn't have said them, basically.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
But you can just be like, you could just say literally anything. Like, literally anything. Okay. Let's go again. Because you're not very good at this.
I'm not good at this.
You can't insult people. You can just say anything, literally. Like, just think about it. Okay. I see you've got a few tattoos. Did you let a child go mad on your face with a Sharpie?
At least I don't dress like I've got a shift at bingo hall.
You know, one day, I really hope you come up with something funny.
You can't hear it because Discord's going out, but I'm fucking wetting myself. I'm tea kettle wheezing, and Discord's just going, nah, none of that.
I just get like the slightest, quietest chuckle. I'm like, do I acknowledge this? Do I do I give him a pass?
No, I'm sweating. I'm sweating right now from
Sweating.
this. Oh my god. The thing is, you put me under pressure, and I'm not good under pressure. Had we have just been having a normal conversation, I could come out with some bare insults. But you've put me under pressure.
That's the game. It's
And now I've got one of my mates in my DMs telling me to up my fucking game.
yeah. Okay. Oh God. Right. I believe in you. Go. You can
Oh
start
no,
this one. You're right.
please,
Right on
please
that
don't
spot.
make me start. Fuck.
Do you need a second just to like
I've
zen?
got, I've got giggles now. I've got giggles now.
Oh, it's fucked then,
Ooh.
isn't it?
Oh,
You fucked
fucking
it.
hell.
God
I've
damn.
proper fucked it. I was gone. I was
Just
instantly gone.
it was worse. I had Burr on a couple of weeks ago, and his mum was in the Twitch stream chat insulting me
Oh
whilst we were playing. It was so difficult because I'm like, yo, I'm actually getting insulted by this guy's mum,
no.
and she was fucking savage as well. It was incredible.
Oh, fucking hell,
Oh,
man. I'm not good at this. I'm really not good at this.
okay. Well, we'll do just one more. Okay.
This is just because you want to fucking swing insults me way now.
Yeah, this ain't even a game. This is just bullying live on stream.
This is just like, how much can I bully my guest?
just, just as Plummy says, just up your game. It's easy.
I can't. I
Okay,
can't.
I'll let I'll let you off. I didn't even work out your face looks like a paper plate and you look easy to draw.
Oh, fucking
There was
hell.
what I said last. What was it? Are you a straw because you suck?
Oh, I've got one along that vein. It's, are you a fire alarm? Because you're really loud and fucking annoying.
Oh no.
Oh, fucking hell.
When you next look in a mirror, remember to say hello to the clown. But yeah,
No,
okay. We'll
I
but we'll bypass that.
someone got me with one in my stream the other day. I was talking about the fact that we'd been to an aquarium, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't get many pictures, but I took a really nice picture of a clownfish." And someone in my chat turned around and said, "That's a funny way of saying you took a selfie." It's
Oh,
like, what the fuck? It proper
oof.
caught me off guard. I couldn't even be mad. I couldn't even be fucking mad.
Oh, oof. That stings.
Oh, fucking Jesus, man.
Oh, ooh, yikes. Okay. Well, I guess what we'll do is we'll go in since we're now 4 hours in. We'll drop into the third. We'll do an Am I the Asshole or two each, and then we'll call time because we our horror. I should know better than to invite autistic people because it's
See,
just yeah.
though the best part for me was the first hour that we spent talking about relationships and like friendships and
Yeah,
the awkwardness of making friends in real life and stuff. That was,
yeah,
and that stemmed just from you asking me about Twitch.
yeah. That's it. This is just one big. This is just one big sidetrack. This whole thing, but that's what I love because I mean this is why I do the show because I love just sitting in the Discord and talking shit with people. So I'm like, well,
Might as
fucking
well make some money off of it.
yeah, stream it. Why not? Anyway, since we didn't take our break too long ago, let's go straight in.
hmm
I don't know if you ever realised the graphic that I'm putting up on the screen.
I have noticed them. I have
But
noticed them.
if I take away the wording from that, that is my dear friend Zai who drew Chutty around Groove from Despicable Me, and it's the most cursed fucking shit I've ever seen.
I love it.
But this is why though. Um, and what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna read a couple of Am I the Asshole posts and have a chat about them, see what we think, see who the asshole is.
Oh, I'm gonna get rinsed later for not being able to insult you. I can't wait for this. Fucking hell.
Oh, I'm so
Anyway,
sorry to have put you in that situation. Would you like to start or would you like me to start?
um, can I start because I actually
Mhm.
found a rare "Am I the asshole?" where the person is an asshole,
Oh, okay.
which
Let's
I
go for
don't
that
see
then.
often on "Am I the asshole?" Like it's generally no, you weren't. You were being quite reasonable. The other person is the asshole.
Yeah.
So Am I the asshole for suggesting my sister and fiance get a DNA test before they get married? My
Interesting.
sister, 26 female, is engaged to her fiance, 30 male, and getting married later this year. They both have the same last name. She was excited by this idea because then she wouldn't have to change her last name when they got married. I have been a little bit concerned because my family comes from a small rural county in our state,
Mm-hmm.
and his family comes from the next county over. Our state also has a history of polygamy and large families. At our most recent family get together, I suggested the important bit in this is not for the first time that they get a DNA test to make sure they aren't related. At first, no one said anything and everyone just sat in awkward silence. Then my dad chimed in and said, "We can just wait until the babies come out and see if they come out cross eyed or not." I laughed at this joke, and my sister said that our last name is one of the most common last names in the state. It's not, but it's a common last name. I said that they should still check to be sure. At this point, she told me to shut the fuck up, and the conversation was over because nobody wants to deal with her. The wedding is in less than 3 months, and she wants a baby yesterday. Am I the asshole for suggesting they get a DNA test, or do you agree that it shouldn't? That it should be a concern? And then the edit on it is, I want to be more clear. I have brought this up more than one time when they started dating over a year ago. Now, the
Mm.
reason that I agree with the general consensus that this person is the asshole is because they have brought it up multiple times and been asked to stop.
Yeah.
If it had just been the first instance that this person had said to their sister, "Hey, maybe you should have a DNA test," even then, I'm a bit like, bit of an asshole that you can just, trace family trees. There's no need for the DNA test. But also
Yeah.
because it's multiple times and they've been asked to stop multiple times, which is what everyone in the in the replies is saying. Like
Yeah.
the main thing of it is the fact that you've been asked multiple times to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Well, that's it. It's just at that point it's just disrespect. It's pure disrespect. And
Mm.
also, it's none of your business. Like,
Yeah,
let them
grown ass
figure it
adults,
out.
let them do what they want.
Yeah, let them figure it out. And if they want to go and trace the family tree or get DNA tests, whatever it might be, let them do it. Why does it? I don't. I just don't see why it's it's that much of an issue.
Yeah.
You know, figure it out. Let them figure it out. It's not your relationship.
Yeah. It's
Um,
like someone said. It seems to me that the sister is in a better position to know than the original poster. She'd know more about her fiance's family, for a start, and would be more motivated to check this stuff herself.
well, that's it.
Um,
Yeah, it's probably already has, to be honest. Um, she may have already done that. That's why she's saying, like, look, it's none of your business.
yeah,
Like, we're not doing that. Like,
yeah,
we're not doing it because we don't need to. Because I already know the answer, and also it's not enough of your business for me to warrant bringing you into this conversation or
yeah.
having that conversation.
I think there's something really just like weirdly offensive about suggesting that something is incest as well. Like as a borderline, even if you're
Yeah,
saying it out of concern, like it is like what the fuck? Why are you
yeah.
saying this to me?
I mean, it's. I get they're in a place where polygamy is often is very common,
Mm.
but I mean, it's like let them figure that out. They should have figured that out. I mean, I'm not. I don't think incest is right. I think incest is wrong. Let me be clear about that.
Yep.
But in the same token, it's not my business. Like,
Yeah.
I do not care enough. But obviously, I don't have a family investment in this. Um,
Yeah.
if it was my family,
Like I say, I think the main thing for me is that it's been brought up multiple times. The
yeah,
first time, like, it's a bit of an awkward conversation and it's a bit weird. And definitely, I hope the first time it was brought up, it was a private matter, like
Yeah.
just a little like, "Hey, well-meaning concern. Are we sure this person isn't related to us?"
Hmm.
Which is a valid, if you've both got the same last name, you know, valid
Hmm.
little concern. But
Of course it
also,
is.
if like for example, if my brother had started dating someone with the same last name as us, my automatic thought process would be, well, he will have checked out that this person isn't related to us, you know?
Yeah. Well, exactly. They would have. I would assume
Yeah,
that they would have already
they've done the background checks, they've done
looked
the
at that.
legwork. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, or maybe that's the process that they do it. But
Yeah, to bring it up multiple
it's
times and be
yeah,
told
it's
multiple times to drop it, twat.
yeah,
Massive twat.
it's just being a massive like it's just being a cunt and it's been disrespectful and honestly, yeah, fuck that, fuck them. Let them deal with it. That's all I guess I can add to it is just let them deal with it. It's not your concern.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, am I the asshole for not giving my girlfriend my dinner after I had already bought her dinner? My girlfriend, 25 female, and I, 25 male, live in New York City, and there's a popular app where you can buy leftover restaurant food. Restaurants advertise surprise bags at a reduced price in order to reduce food waste. The customer doesn't know what they're getting until they pick it up, but the cost is usually around 3 times lower than normal price. For example, if an entree is $24, the restaurant is allowed to charge $8 at most for it. These are hit or miss. Sometimes you get exactly what you want at a greatly reduced price, or sometimes you'll get something you otherwise wouldn't have picked from the menu. I ordered a surprise bag from a barbecue place that I was picking up on the way home yesterday. I texted my girlfriend asking if she wanted one, but she said no. She wasn't in the mood for barbecue. However, there was an Indian restaurant right next door that had surprise bags available on the app, so she ordered one of them instead. The barbecue was $12 and the Indian food was 10. When I get home, I unpack the meals to see what we got. I was psyched about my bag since I paid $12. I knew the value was at least 36. But honestly, the platter looked a lot more expensive. This was a hit. Keep in mind that we live in a West Village, which is the most expensive neighborhood in the most expensive city. So $36 for one meal is pretty typical. There were burnt ends, ribs, pulled pork, beans, potato salad, bread, onions, and pickles. However, my girlfriend was less lucky. Her bag only had 6 different types of soup, half of them were variations on cauliflower, and she was very disappointed to say the least. She asked if we should share my barbecue, and I said no because I'm hungry. I offered to buy you some already, and you said no, so I'm going to eat it all. She got mad and called me an asshole. I told her if she didn't want soup, she should have ordered something specifically instead of using the surprise food delivery app. I then just told her just to order something off of a normal food delivery app. She said she didn't want to spend any more money. Another bit of context is I make a lot more money than her, and I pay all of the rent. I know she's running a bit of a lean financial picture right now. I then tell her that if she doesn't want to pay for delivery, I'll walk to the bodega on our street and buy her something there. Another bit of context is that we live on a fourth floor walk up with no elevator, and she broke her leg a month ago, so it can be tough for her to get around. She says the grill is probably off there, and all she wants is a hot meal. I tell her she has soup. Anyway, she thinks I'm the asshole, but in my defense, I I did offer to buy the barbecue to begin with, and she declined. She picked out her own food, and I picked it up for her, and she wasn't satisfied despite me offering her 2 solutions. So am I the asshole? So
No.
so to unpack that for me, right? I phone up the partner. Hey, I'm picking up surprise bag food. It's barbecue. You know, we don't know what we're gonna get, but do you want some? No, I don't really want barbecue. Okay. Well, there's an Indian one that has them. It's a surprise bag. Yeah, okay, I'll have that. Bring it home. Oh, I didn't get what I wanted in the surprise bag, so therefore I now want barbecue.
Mm,
No.
no,
I don't.
I
I don't know.
I don't think the person's an asshole. I mean, personally, if I was the OP, I would have, without thinking, offered my other half like some of my barbecue. Like,
Yeah.
but had they have demanded it and then called me an asshole if I was like, well, no, don't be a bitch about it, then I would, yeah, no, I don't think OP is the asshole at all.
Yeah. Like,
Especially considering the options that were then offered afterwards.
yeah. I'm like, oh, let's get surprise bags. We don't know what we're gonna get. Might be something good. It might be something shit. You don't know.
Mm,
And say me and Ghost got that. I got a good one, and they got a bad one, or one that of things they don't like. I
yeah,
mean, just share the food. So I think
yeah.
there is an argument for him
Being the
being
asshole,
an asshole.
yeah, definitely. But again, for me, that comes from the standpoint that if I was in his shoes, I would. It wouldn't have got to the point of my other half asking me to share food. I would have already, the moment the disappointment happened, I'd have been like, "Oh, don't worry, we can still use the food that you've got. But we'll half and half it and make a good situation out of a bad situation."
Yeah,
Um,
I
but I get not wanting to share your food. Like I appreciate that, especially if you got good food.
yeah, but so here's where I stand, right? I'm gonna say ultimately I think this guy is an asshole, and
Okay.
here's why. So firstly, they both got surprise bags. So with a surprise bag, there's an expectation that it could be bad. He mentions in the post that she already doesn't have that much money and he makes a lot more money than her, but then didn't offer to help her get something else. Instead, he offered her corner shop food.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, or what they could have done is ordered something else, split the barbecue, and then just ordered like a little a little sort of meal to share as well. So they both had
Yeah.
something that they could enjoy. I mean, how would
I
he have
wouldn't.
responded if he got the soup, the soup that he didn't like?
Yeah.
Um, Also to add, she has a broken leg and is living on the fourth floor, a part of an apartment with no elevator.
Yeah, you know what? You've swayed me. At first, I thought he wasn't much of an asshole. Like I was thinking, oh, it's not how I would have handled the situation, but it doesn't make him an asshole. But the more you've kind of talked about it, the more I'm like, yeah, actually, if I was in her shoes, I would call him an asshole.
Yeah, and so Opus says my take on it is if we ordered from the same place, then I'd share it if it was bad. But if we order from different places, then I wouldn't share because the other person doesn't have anything I want. But then also take into account, um, yeah, the grab bags are a gamble. You're accepting that when you
Yeah,
order, it's not a fair trade. Yeah, I the thing is, you then have to put it into the context that these people are in a relationship, and you make even with in this instance it's food, but in relationships you make sacrifices. And if I knew or my partner got this surprise bag, they really wanted some Indian food, but instead they got some soup that wasn't really even a main. It was
yeah.
like
It wasn't
just kind
really
of
a meal. It
starters
was
and
just
stuff.
four kind of things shoved into a bag. Yeah.
Yeah. He mentioned that he got plenty of really nice food in the bag. If it was a friend, I could be like, ha, but we can order
Sucks to
something.
suck.
But if it's my partner, I'm kind of like, well, I'm not gonna let you go without. You're my partner. Like, I love and
Yeah.
adore you. Let's share some barbecue together. Like, let's do both. Let's go to the bodega, get some snacks. We'll eat some barbecue food. We'll share the
That's
barbecue
what I
food, and then we'll
mean.
have some snacks.
For me, it would never come to the situation of my partner having to ask me, because the moment that they unpacked a bag of disappointment, my brain would instantly go, "No, that's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll make a good of this bad situation when you can have a bit of barbecue. We'll try the soups, and if that doesn't work out, we'll like you say, we'll go to the corner. We'll get snacks. We'll do this. We'll order other things."
Hmm.
So yeah, I guess he is a bit of a fucking asshole, or maybe I'm just a bit of a fucking pushover. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they both
Yeah,
did a gamble. Hmm.
I guess I kind of agree with Opus as well. Like, she's being a bit of a menace about it. Like, she could have just ordered other stuff. And I get
Yeah,
her saying, like, oh, I don't want to spend more money on something, but you did spend money on a gamble, and that's what happens sometimes.
yeah. But in the same token, she didn't demand for him to go to this other restaurant. She didn't even
Mm.
really ask him. It was an option, and it was right
Yeah.
next door. So he went and picked that up. It didn't work out, but I'm I can see why he's not an asshole because she made a gamble and then decided um not to decide obviously had lost the gamble and then decided
Mm.
that she wanted some of his food. But then I attack it from they're in a long-term relationship. Like
Mm.
it's food. Like, are you really gonna sit and let your partner who's got a broken leg starve because you don't want to share some fucking barbecue food? That just seems like a super dick move. But that's also the way I'm presenting that argument, if
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get what you're saying.
But I
Eh,
think this is a boat could go both ways.
Out of interest, what did Reddit have to say about that? What was the conclusion?
It was a mixed bag.
Mm.
So there's a lot of people who are saying, for the reasons we've said, that he's the asshole. That seems to be a majority, and then there is a closer percentage that are saying you, though you're not the asshole, you are in you're in a relationship, and that's what makes you an asshole.
Yeah.
Um, because it's just being nice. But yeah, it is a silly hill to die on, and there's also an element that maybe it's the onus isn't all on him to compromise in that situation.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so I can see both sides. Um, but he said, "Oh, I paid $12 and got over $36 worth of food. So, what? Share it then.
Yeah.
Like, fucking share it." In the same token, like split it. Take some of the soups, or have some
Yeah,
soup,
like
have some
say that would
barbecue.
have been
Like,
my first response. Just like fuck it.
let's have a bit of both. Yeah,
Unfortunately, you've got a bum end of a deal, so we'll mix it up. We'll share it, and if we both really don't like any of the fucking soup, I'll go down to the corner shop and we'll pad out this meal.
yeah. I mean, if it was like a roommate, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, if it was a roommate, if it was just my
But
friend, I'd be like, sucks to suck. Guess
yeah,
you're gonna have to find something else.
yeah. He basically he didn't there was no loving manner there. It was just no, you're not having this food. You said you didn't want barbecue, and he's kind of right. She did say she didn't want barbecue, so
Mm.
why does she suddenly want it now? Well, she wants it now because she just wants a meal.
Because she just got 4 tubs of soup.
She's got yeah, and all a variation on cauliflower soups.
Oh, I can't imagine. That's such a bag of disappointment. What the
But then
hell?
the people saying not the asshole are saying, well, she took a gamble and lost. It's not on you. But as I say, she's made a big deal about it, but also I think he's made an overly big deal about the fact that his partner has asked if he could share some food.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that
Yeah.
big of a deal, especially not to make a
Yeah.
fucking Reddit post about it.
No. Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so that one is a bit of a it's a bit of a mixed bag, I think, for me.
Mm.
I
Yeah,
think there's
because
points for both sides.
in Am I the Asshole, you can have a couple of different outcomes, can't you? Because it's not just straight up not the asshole, asshole. There is like the option of like you both suck, or like
Yeah.
this isn't a thing type. I can't remember. Oh, it's right here. Yeah,
Everybody sucks.
asshole, not the a hole. Everyone sucks. No a holes here.
Yeah. And that's it. Opus says as well. What would she do on the reverse? Because there's obviously there may be context missing there as well. It might have.
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe they
happened.
are both just assholes.
Yeah, but also good luck in your relationship if you can't communicate about some fucking food. That's all I'm
Yeah.
gonna say.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, exactly.
Jesus, you are, yeah, that you're not going, you're not going places. That's
I wouldn't judge him for begrudging, like, for being a little bit like, for fuck's sakes, this is really good fucking food, and now I'm having to fucking share it.
yeah,
Like,
you'd be a bit pissed.
yeah. But I wouldn't ever, like, vocalize that to the person.
Yeah, and the thing
That would
is,
be like me, like, oh, don't worry about it, and then inside I'm like, fuck, I want to tweet all of this.
but he made it out like there was enough food there for like two people. But I'm
I
just like,
mean,
yeah, as Opa says, maybe just don't get a surprise pack
yeah,
if you can't deal with
maybe,
it.
yeah, maybe going forward, there's a couple that should avoid the grab bags.
Yeah. Anyway, do you have another one?
I do. I found it kind of funny. Um,
Yeah,
and yeah, it's a slightly long one, so just let me yeah get
that's
through it.
okay.
I'm at the asshole for making my son clean up after his sister in the bathroom. I'm 40 something female and I have two children. We'll call them Dax, male 12, and Mia, female 14. My kids don't get along super well. Dax thinks pranks are really funny, I guess, like every 12-year-old boy, and he annoys Mia with them a lot. It's something my husband and I have been working on as a source of the main fights between them. Fuck, I need to move screens. Dax gets a lot of his prank ideas from YouTube and TikTok and will often recreate what he sees. Most of them are harmless, something like a fake spider in a food, etc. But this time I think he went too far. Dax thought it would be funny to put saran wrap, so cling film, over the toilet before my daughter went to the bathroom. He says he got the idea from online. I don't know if this is a thing, but it's a terrible prank. Basically, he put plastic wrap under the toilet seat, so if someone sits on it, well, pretty much it makes a mess instead of it going in the bowl.
Yeah.
So he does this right before Mia goes into the bathroom to pee. When she gets in there, she sits on the seat like normal, pees, and then since there's plastic wrap over the hole, her pee collects on it and gets everywhere, on the ground, on the toilet, and on her. She comes to me crying. She's embarrassed. You know, she's a teenage girl, and this is disgusting. I
Yeah.
told Mia to shower and not to worry about the mess. Here's where I might be the asshole. I go to my son and I yell at him for what he did. I tell him that that's not an appropriate prank and he's old enough to know that that's not okay. And
Mhm.
then I made him clean it up. He started crying, saying that it's really unfair that I made him clean up his sister's pee. He said it's really gross and he's going to be sick. He said it's from her body, so she should clean it. But it was all his fault and literally his mess to deal with. I don't know why I should humiliate my daughter further or why I should have to clean it. And the biggest thing is he needs to learn.
Yeah.
I told him the mess was his fault and he should think about the repercussions of his actions next time because this is what his prank caused. I then stood in the doorway and watched him as I made him clean up all of the pee off the floor and the toilet. I think it was an appropriate punishment considering it's just the natural consequence of what he did, and it doubles as a general lesson in how to clean a toilet, which he has to
Mhm.
learn at some point anyway. Well, my husband disagrees. This all happened while he was at work, and after he got home, Dax complained to him. He told me I was overly harsh on our son and put him in danger. Which, when I read that, by the way, I was like, "Shut the fuck up." By exposing him to germs. But I gave him the same gloves that I use when I wash the toilet, and it's not like he was unsupervised. But my husband is mad and told me I went too far and that it's bad parenting. Of course, my son is mad at me too, but my daughter is on my side. Am I the asshole? Am I a bad mom?
No, fuck that kid.
Yeah, exactly right.
Like
That was my response.
exposing him to
Fuck you, little
germs.
shithead.
How about think about this? How about what if your sister was having moon sickness and you just exposed her to toxic shock and sepsis? You
Yeah,
fucking idiot. My
like
God.
it's like she said. It's an appropriate punishment. He's learnt the consequence of his actions.
Oh, it's so gross. It's everywhere. Well, it's your fucking fault. You can't say that on Twitch.
Hmm.
But oh, this kid, fucking what a dick. Like,
Yeah, the
oh,
general consensus was not an asshole.
this kid definitely eats Tide Pods.
Yeah, he did. Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus
you can
Christ.
tell. I mean, no. Actions have consequences. And if
Yeah.
you're gonna pull that shit on your sister, where I just can't get my head around it. Like, it's like a one of the boys pranks.
Yeah.
Don't do it to your sister. Like,
Yeah. I think yeah, and I think it was an appropriate punishment. It wasn't too harsh. Yeah, you had to clean the toilet. Good for you.
yeah.
That could have been a lot worse. Like
Yeah, of course it could have been. And obviously, I mean, she might have been shitting.
exactly, it could have been so much worse.
Mm. And now the poop's touching the bonus hole, and there's a problem. You just
Yep.
need to think about these things. My God. Yeah, I completely agree with Opus and with you. I think
Yeah.
it was an appropriate punishment.
Yeah.
Um,
I think
yeah.
yeah, he didn't lose any privileges, he didn't get grounded, he even got to bitch to his dad about it, like it's
And to me, the dad defending it is just man behavior.
to me that's just like pinnacle, like, oh, boys will be boys, let's not punish boys, it's fine, it's just a little
Yeah.
prank. Hate that.
But yeah, and it's not. As I say, there's so many factors that could have been included with that prank
Mm,
that could have ended in infection or harm. Obviously, yes, harm. Okay, I get that it's an attempt at a harmless prank,
yeah.
but unfortunately, if you're gonna pull a prank on someone, and the prank is, oh, we'll put some plastic wrap over the toilet so your
Mm.
pee goes everywhere. There is gonna be pee everywhere. What do you expect is gonna happen? Like, yeah, he probably doesn't wash his balls or his hands. He probably rubs his balls and sniffs his hand anyway. Fucking asshole.
Reprobate.
Mm, absolute reprobate. Not the asshole. Great parenting. Well,
Yeah.
great parenting from one side. 10 out of
Yeah.
10. Should have just hit the kid though.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not advocating for child abuse. I'm not. But some kids need a fucking whack. Some of them. That for legal reasons,
Uh,
that's a joke, by the way. That is
yeah.
a joke.
For anyone who can't tell,
Mm.
joke.
It did me no harm. No, fuck that. Could you imagine? Oh Jesus. But no. An appropriate punishment. Hit the kid with a dirt block in Minecraft. Just take away the kid's Minecraft.
Yeah.
Cover the kid in dirt. Bury the kid. Just bury. Dig a hole in the garden and then bury the kid in it.
Bury
Oh,
his Xbox so he can't play Minecraft.
yeah. Exactly. Like that's. It's such douchebag behavior. Okay. I suppose I'll do one, and that'll be the last one.
Mhm.
Am I the asshole for kicking my friend out for the comments he made about my girlfriend when drunk? So I'm a 21-year-old male, and my girlfriend, 21-year-old female, have been together for 5 years and recently bought a place and moved in together. I have a few friends who are around the same age, but the one mentioned is my friend. It says a name here. Oh, it's a fake name. My friend Caleb,
Yeah.
who's 21. Last night we had a housewarming party and I invited a few friends over. I invited Caleb and two other friends that I knew from high school. And Ella, my girlfriend, it's a fake name, invited
Yeah,
a
yeah.
few work friends. Of course, drinks were had, but none of us except for Caleb got drank any more than say one or two beers. After the night
Beards.
progressed, Caleb started making comments about Ella and her looks. I admit she's a very pretty woman and always has been. Caleb started commenting on her clothing, and when she wasn't wearing anything revealing, just a skirt above her knees as well as a long sleeve sweater, he started asking things like how I managed to score someone like her. I told him to cut it out, and he seemed to do so for a while. I'm not sure if it's relevant, but the way Ella and I met as kids was because of behavioural problems after her mother passed. She said I was the first person who willingly decided to be around her since it happened. So I don't see it as scoring.
Mm.
After an hour later, Caleb's comments about Ella started up again. He was talking about how short she was, but then started commenting on her body. I quietly snapped at him to stop. Even the other people in the party were telling him he was going too far. It seemed that Ella heard his comments because she went upstairs and changed into longer pants. Her sweater was already pretty long. When she came downstairs, I was annoyed. Caleb had made her feel so uncomfortable in her own home that she felt like she needed to change. Whilst using choice words, I kicked him out of our house. His girlfriend came to pick him up, and the party didn't last much longer than that. Ella later came to me and apologised for the trouble that she caused and how she was dressed, and I told her that neither her or her clothes were the problem. It was Caleb's sick comments. The next morning, Caleb's girlfriend called me, asked him what had happened, and after explaining, she was horrified. Caleb had told her that Ella was coming on to him, and I got mad. So he fucking lied. Caleb then told me that I was an asshole for telling his girlfriend and kicking him out, since apparently his girlfriend is rethinking their relationship. The guys
As
are
she
all on my
should.
side, but I know a few of Caleb's family members are telling me that I should get Ella and her slutty clothing in check. I don't know if I'm the asshole for doing what I did, but with so many people calling me it, I decided to ask the internet. Am I the asshole?
Nah. Nah, your friend is a bona fide dickhead and deserves everything that fucking happened to him.
Absolute bell sniff.
The
Like,
fact that the girlfriend felt the need to apologize and like it was her
and
fault.
change.
Oh,
Like,
I'd have knocked him the fuck out.
yeah, literally. Like, it, it wouldn't have even had to have been my partner. Like, anyone, if you
Yeah,
treat, basically, if you A, treat anyone like that, I'm not even going to say you treat a girl like that, even though, generally women
yeah.
uh, get that more often, way more often. But if you
Mm.
treat anyone like that, in A, because of the way they're dressed, they're not dressed for you to go up at them. They're dressed because that's what they feel good in.
Yeah.
B, if you're hitting on your friend's partner
Mm-hmm.
and making comments about her in front of them. C, you're in their home and it's like a housewarming get together. And D, to then go and say, "Oh, she was hitting on me" to your girlfriend. Like, no,
Like
fuck you, dude.
the banter between you and your friends could be that you comment on each other's girlfriends. Like there could be that little bit like, mate, you did good there. Like
Yeah,
she is fine kind of
yeah,
thing. But if your friend tells you to stop,
yeah,
that means you've hit a line. Like you know what I
yeah,
mean? Like just fucking oh my god. And then like you say to then try and twist it like it wasn't your problem. And his family sound like dickheads as well. Like
yeah.
shut the fuck up.
Like I say basically to all of my friends, regardless of gender or anything. I tell all my friends that they're hot and sexy and stuff all the time, not in
Mm,
like a weird way, just because it's like to make it's just because it makes people feel good, and they
yeah.
they are hot. My friends are attractive. And there's nothing wrong with that. But what there is something wrong with is when it's not just a platonic friendly compliment and people do, there's no understanding of where you're coming from. You're
Yeah.
drunk and you are just actively making someone feel viscerally uncomfortable.
Yeah. It's like Opus just said, it's about boundaries and about a very clear boundary was set there
Yeah,
and you pushed it and pushed it and pushed it and completely overstepped the line.
yeah. Like, I'm gonna make a sweeping branching statement here, but for men, it's not hard not to sexually assault or make them feel uncomfortable or to rape people. It's not hard not to do that. Just
Mhm.
don't do it.
Yeah.
It's fucking it's not rocket science. Just respect people. Like,
Mm.
if you think someone is attractive, you don't have to say it. If you have the type of friendship where you can say it, and
Yeah.
it's fine because people know it's platonic, or people understand that it is just an innocent compliment, and you have that environment, and you have that environment. Fair enough. Don't go to someone's housewarming, get drunk, start making comments on what someone's wearing.
Mm.
It's a dress, not a yes.
Yeah.
Is the best
The
way I
thing
can
is
put
as
that.
well, you can compliment a stranger without it being weird. Like I remember when I was in Amsterdam, I had a complete stranger come up to me, uh, a guy, and at the time, I was a woman.
Hmm.
And he came up to me and he was like, I just need you to know that you look fantastic. Like the way that you are dressed, you are gorgeous, and any man would be lucky to be with you. And this is the best compliment I've ever fucking
Yeah.
received to
Yeah.
this day. And it was it it was not uncomfortable because he was so like not weird about it.
Hmm.
And he did then move on to ask me for my number, and I was like, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." And he
Yeah.
instantly apologized, said that he didn't want to make me feel uncomfortable. He just thought he would, ask. You never
Well,
know.
yeah. If you don't
Don't ask,
say,
you don't get.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
and he was so respectable about it, and so uh such a genuine kind of interaction.
That's it.
Like I
It's
say, he didn't
respectful, isn't
make
it?
it weird. Yeah, it was
It's
all above board.
non-objectifying.
Yeah. Even though he'd made basically made comments about my body, he didn't feel the need to be vulgar about it or weird about it. And
Yeah.
it's that simple. It's that easy.
Yeah. Exactly. And it's one of those where it's kind of you've got to know, even if, as I say, even if it's a stranger you're complimenting, you can give someone a compliment without it having to have an inherent sexual or, or romantic connotation to it.
Mm,
And if it's someone you are interested in, or you do like the look of, or are attracted to,
mm,
that doesn't change anything.
no.
Because just because you're attracted to them doesn't mean they're attracted to you. Therefore, you treat them like you would treat any stranger if you were going to compliment them, which is
Yeah.
respectful, polite, um, respect the boundaries of not knowing someone,
Yeah.
because it could make someone feel uncomfortable,
Yeah.
and you've got to know that and respect that and understand that, and then if they're receptive and say thank you, that's not an invite to have a conversation with them,
Mm,
unless it's really just about just read the fucking room, like,
yeah.
oh god, people suck.
Yeah. That was a very clear cut. OP was not the asshole.
No, I don't think OP overreacted or was an asshole in any way there. And I actually feel really bad for his girlfriend feeling so
Yeah.
uncomfortable in her own home that A, she went to get dressed, and B, felt the need to apologise for causing trouble when
Yeah.
she didn't.
That's.
She just existed, and whether she's an attractive person or not, it's not her fault. If
She
some
could have been wearing a crop top and a mini skirt, and either way, it didn't matter what she was fucking wearing. She shouldn't have been made to feel uncomfortable in her own home.
Yeah, well, exactly, and you know, there's there's a time and a place for, if you're gonna wear something slightly more revealing and it's for you're wearing something to be looked at.
Mm.
But a housewarming event, it's just not that situation. So how that guy could have drinks, and I'm not even taking I'm drunk as an excuse, because I know
No,
people are like,
absolutely
oh,
not.
drunk thoughts are sober truths and blah blah blah. But like, all that does is it reduces your inhibitions, but you're still the same person. You still should
Yeah.
understand, if you're the type of person who will do that sort of thing, or may do that kind of thing, or may make people uncomfortable when you've had a drink or get drunk, then
Mm.
it's on you to take control of that.
Yeah.
It's a cheap excuse, yeah, exactly, Opus. But anyway,
I agree.
I think that's where we'll call it for tonight,
Hell
if that's
yeah.
okay with you. Well, thank you
Absolutely,
very
that's
much for
fine with
joining
me.
me,
We've
Link. That's been incredible. I had a great time.
No, me too. It's been nice just chit chatting away. First time we've ever really spoke, so
Yeah, exactly. And I look forward to not speaking to you for weeks and then sending you a message saying hello.
yep.
But thank you everyone for listening. Thank you for joining. I hope you all had a great time. Um, if you haven't already, definitely go and drop Link a follow on Twitch. It's twitch.tv/link unavailable. It's been posted in the chat a few times. It'll be linked on Spotify. If you missed any part of it, it'll be on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Amazon Podcasts, wherever you get your shows.
Yep.
A bit of a tradition around here, Link, if you'd like to take part, is I always let the guest decide who we're going to raid. Do you have
Yes,
anyone
I
in mind?
I do actually. Just to kind of carry on with the horror theme, I have a friend who's playing Dead by Daylight. If you're
Perfect.
cool with raiding into that.
Fine by me.
She's super sweet. She's called Rivtam.
Yeah, if you could drop a link on Discord, that'd be great.
Oh, a link, full link. Ugh.
But yeah. In the meantime, everyone, we're gonna go raid Rivtam. I'd appreciate it if you sent all the love over there that you possibly can. Send all the love to Link as well for joining me today. There's a raid message in chat if you wanna drop it in there. But in the meantime, thank you so much, everyone. I'll be back on Monday at 8 p.m. British Summer Time with Robo Chang, and we're going to be talking about food and food vacations. And I'm excited because I love food. But anyway, thank you very much for watching, everyone, and listening. See you later.